Hi everyone, welcome back to CSharpCorner Power Platform Virtual Conference. I'm your host Stephen Simon, and we are back with the day two of the conference. The day one had an amazing sessions, like 7 to 8 sessions covering the great ecosystem of the Power Platform. And day two is very exciting as we have some very good friends, Aro, Norm, and David Patrick joining us today. So we're really excited for day two of the Power Platform Virtual Conference. And in a way to go ahead and check the entire agenda of this conference, you can just visit 2020.net/Power Platform Virtual Conference. Over here, you can find the entire agenda for the day. Starting with Aroh is going to talk about SharePoint and Power Apps, how you can use them and build some great applications. Then followed by Rui, is going to talk about Power BI monitoring. Then Ella will come and talk about how you can build a Dictaphone application using Power Apps. Then Norm Young will talk about the issue tracker using List and Power Automate. And finally, we'll have David Patrick, who's going to talk about Dataverse inside of Power Automate, which is a very interesting and exciting topic to cover. So apart from that, something that is very unique about this conference is that through all these conferences, we raise funds for a charity or maybe for an NGO. And for this conference, we're raising funds for First Responders Children's Foundation. This is a foundation that is in US and provides food and necessary items to the families and children affected by COVID-19. So please feel free to go ahead and donate, and even a single dollar count, and we'll really appreciate to all the guys who have donated now. And thank you so much for all the support that you have shown. So with that, we will move to our very first session of the day, that is by Aroh Shukla. Aroh works as a Microsoft partner at Insight Technologies Singapore, and he's a Microsoft MCT and a Microsoft MVP too. He's primarily focusing on SharePoint Online and Power Platform, and he is the Power BI guy in the community. He helps customers with their digital transformation journey through cutting-edge Microsoft solutions. And I'm really excited to host today Aroh Shukla, who is joining us all the way from Singapore. So let's welcome our first speaker, Aroh Shukla. Hi, Aroh. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Yeah, great to see you again, man. I'm like really excited to share a session with you and with the community.
Thank you so much for your time, Aroh. We really appreciate for all that you do for the community. I have been looking around you to all these on the internet, Twitter, LinkedIn. You have been very active and giving sessions all across. So thank you so much for your time. I know that it's pretty late at your place, almost like 10. So Thank you so much. So I won't take much of your time, right? I think we're only a couple of minutes in your session. So feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then I'll add it to the stream.
Sure. Okay, let me share my screen first.
And for all the guys, there's a contest going on. Take a selfie with this conference and post it on internet, on Twitter. Tag us at CSharpCorner and CSharp Live, and we'll make sure that you get an assured gift. So I see a screen now. I'm gonna.
You can see the screen, right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, man. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm really excited to share my session. And I really appreciate if you guys please donate. I also donated, and it's really something which CSharpCorner and the Power Platform community, it actually is helping for the children, right? So we should do something about children, what's happening here in the COVID time. So my session is about how we can use SharePoint data with Power Apps, right? Now, Power Apps become so famous these days, and maybe the SharePoint taking at the backstage. But how I show you how important to have the SharePoint as a backend, and we can surface the same information using new technology, which is Power Apps, and we can use inside your apps and the mobile applications, or on the web, or on the tablet. So I will see how it works in my demos. So about me, which Simon mentioned, I'm Microsoft MVP, MCT, and also Nintex VTE. I'm do a lot of consulting work into SharePoint and data platform. I'm also a trainer, and you can contact me on my LinkedIn, on my blog, and this is my Twitter handle. I'm quite available all the places. Okay. So agenda is quite simple. We see the what innovation which Microsoft have done so far in terms of SharePoint. Okay, and then we see how why the Power Platform is actually is taking a lead in terms of low code, no code solutions. Okay, and then we see the how Shape and Online can work together with Power Platform. Okay, so we can have Power Platform with Power Automate, Power Apps, for that matter, even Power Virtual Agents with Shaper Online. So again it's an ecosystem. And then we see that how Shape an Online, Power Platform, and Teams together can help us, right? So these are it's an ecosystem which help us to make the all our users and users to use our services seamlessly, irrespective if you're using SharePoint Online, if you're using Teams or using Power Apps or Power Automate. Everything can be done without any kind of hassle. Okay, then again I have demos, so I have a couple of demos on that. But first thing first, now what happening these days is about we have a lot of challenges when it comes to the business, right? Transforming business is a big challenge. Now we have a lot of budget constraints, we have business expectations, and it's irrespective of the scale of the company, whether it's a small based company or a big company like Microsoft or Accenture or IBM. All the companies have some kind of paper processes, right? And they could be a simple applications or it could be complex processes. No matter what happens, we always have shadow IT. We have some people using WeChat, WhatsApp, Dropbox, which is not controlled by the your corporate, right? So maybe a lot of people do messaging using WeChat, or for that matter, Viber or any other applications, which is not controlled by your IT, right? Security compliance is a big thing in terms of the transforming your business, and we always have some legacy system which we have to maintain irrespective, right? So these are the few challenges we have seen so far where transforming the business is become a bit challenging, and we see how the Power Platform can help in that. Okay. Now, if you see the roadmap of SharePoint Online, the ton of amazing stuff which is happening. Now, this is not the latest slides, but if you see that that we have something called as a SharePoint syntax, which is already have AI and data extractions without any kind of things. The user doesn't need external knowledge how to use AI models. Everything is ready made. Is a model is already ready made for you. You have to just use it. Same thing happened to the knowledge sharing topics and cards, which is available into SharePoint Online. And again, we have a syntax which is I just shared to you that we can use a lot of stuff there inside taxonomy, a lot of things there. And we have something called as a content assembly and the adaptive experiences. So these are the about some roadmap which SharePoint Online and new features which Microsoft and SharePoint Online have come in to help you in terms of enhance the capabilities of SharePoint. Okay, so again, we're talking about the SharePoint site, home site, content management systems. A lot of features, new web parts are coming all the way. And in terms of the end of 2020, again 2021, a lot of new stuff is coming into SharePoint. Okay, for example, you will getting something called as a org web chart, which is not there for many years. So you can have a org chart, yeah, and you can have your own might feed web part, which is inside with inside your SharePoint. Everything's ready-made, drag drop kind of functionality. Everything works smoothly. Okay, so these are the few features which you can use in your SharePoint Online. Right? Again, no code, just drag and drop kind of stuff. You can do it. Okay. Now, Why SharePoint is a core? Because it actually includes a lot of amazing stuff like provision a new SharePoint site. Again, you have the backend is SharePoint site. All your files, OneDrive things are stored in into your SharePoint, and even your Microsoft Teams. The backend is always SharePoint, right? All your permissions, all the things are actually controlled by SharePoint. Okay, and all your apps and spaces, everything is there. Okay, so these are the few features which we can use it. I actually highlighted something called as automation and accessibility. So what I mean by the automation now, SharePoint is if you don't have 5 years back there was only one tool called as SharePoint which does everything, which creating document libraries, which does web part, info path forms, they work for everything. Now what Microsoft found that the SharePoint is becoming too loaded and the performance actually decreases if you have so many things for one tool. So what they Microsoft done actually they had segregated a different tool for each things. For example, Power Apps for creating building the apps which you can embed inside to SharePoint, or you can use some automation using workflows, Power Automate. Yeah. So what happened, right? SharePoint is become has less loaded, and that's why I have a better user experience because SharePoint is mostly is a backend system for storing your files, storing your pages, storing your applications, right? So if you have too much data, obviously SharePoint can't have too much information, and the user experience will be suffer majorly. Okay. Second thing is we can extensibility. You can add your SharePoint framework components and then make it much better. So we have to use something as SharePoint framework so that you can extend it using same kind of tools which you are using for many years. Okay. So and again, we have seen so many differences, so many improvements by SharePoint team that we have an amazing, fast and phenomenal review of the SharePoint. It's much faster. You see, performance is almost 3 times faster, interesting, and we always have a many file types. Why? Reason being because now SharePoint is just doing what? Storing files, right? And storing your documents, right? So all the other parts like your workflows, all your other stuff actually is taken care of by whom? By Power Apps, Power Automate, and for that matter, even Power BI for reports. So everything works smoothly and you have better performance because you have a light system which just managing your permissions and documents and your files. Okay, and that's why you have better user experience. And also it has your own insight, AI insight. It has the innovations inside that one. So Microsoft SharePoint is a really a core where you can extend it to your hard content. Okay, so again, is SharePoint Online can be used by the authors, the people who are the end users, maybe the normal HR users, finance people. They can create sites and pages. These are normal authors. Then in the second tier, we have people who are solutionists. They make a low code, no code people. So they create Power Apps. They can use something called as Power Automate. Again, we'll see in my demo. I can also integrate with Power BI. So a lot of things we can do. And we have people who are really expert, who have pro developers. They can extend it to your SharePoint Online to a next level. They can add your adding your SharePoint framework. You can add your Microsoft Graph. You can add your machine learning. Everything can be done, right? So what Microsoft is trying to enable is that all three different audiences, whether they are your author or whether you are a low-code person or you are a pro developer, all people can work together. That is a agenda for Microsoft, that to enable everyone. Okay. Now let's move to a lot of things. I talk about the general stuff. Let's talk about the Power Apps. Now, Power Apps, we have three different ways. I won't talk about all the details, but we are talking about the Canvas app. What is the Canvas? Just like if you go to any painting and also, so you can do everything, right? You can just make a sketch and make different colors. So Canvas is your full-fledged uh, tool, drag drop kind of things. We can make your UI to a hard content. You can make a lot of colors, icons, everything. They have two different other things which have model driven apps and power app portals, which are they no control on the UI, but more into towards the your backend about your data part, right? So again, when you use Canvas app, we have to use something called as a maker, a power maker.powerapps.com, and in that context, we can have backup and export. Which, for example, I have my SharePoint site. I want to move to my dev to UAT server. So using the standalone, using a maker.powerapps.com, I can do it, but I can't do it using SharePoint list. Okay, there are some limitations there. Same thing if using standalone app using the maker.powerapps.com, you don't have any integration. But if you use a customized list, you can do it. You can do same thing inside your Power Apps in your standalone apps and also customize. I know it looks very theoretical. I show you in the demo, you get much easier to do it. Okay, and let's see about how we can use a Dataverse. Dataverse is again a backend system which Power Apps uses a lot. Okay, so let's see how the Power Platform works with the Dataverse. So we have Power Apps for creating the applications. We have Power BI to create your building reports. We have Power Automate for your workflows and Power Virtual Agents. On the backend, we always have a CDS. Now it's renamed it to Dataverse, but this is a common Dataverse where it's a common data which is it's actually in Azure, and you can have a scalability from one MB to petabyte for data. So because it's in Azure, you can have a ton of data you can do it. So now let's talk about the inventions and new process you can do. So when you have a Power Apps, you can actually build very easily with around 400 services. I can embed using my Google Sheets. I can embed with my SAP. I can add with my Azure SQL Server. Everything I can do. I can also easily manage same thing inside my SharePoint as well, right? Now, one more thing I want to highlight is that transformation. I mentioned my first slide is about the transformation. Now, because of the COVID, we are living in the COVID era. Transformation is no longer optional, right? If you see in Microsoft Teams, if you see that we have in last year in April, we have around 75 million active users who are using Teams. Why? Because they know that all the users know that using Teams is much safer and smoother and easier. Okay. Now, one more thing I want to highlight that Microsoft just announced in this Forbes screenshot that Microsoft has announced all their employees to work from home permanently. It's a big thing, right? All your employees can work from home from Microsoft, right? If you're working with Microsoft, you join the company, maybe you have to just go and sign the paper, but they can work from remotely permanently. That's a big thing, right? So a lot of the other companies like Spotify and Salesforce are also following the suit, right? Because they found it's more productive. You have more work-life balance there. You can spend time with family, you can do the work, and you can do anything. So these are the few things which I want to highlight that if the big company like Microsoft can go work with permanently, and other companies can also follow the suit, right? Because people make it more productive. You can have more work-life balance there, right? So that's the thing. And again, if we use Microsoft Teams, we can use with your Power Apps, and we can use flows as well. So there's something called as a Dataverse for Teams. I'm going something a bit different now. So when you use Microsoft Teams, you can use the same system, which is like Power Apps, also use it, right? So it's actually used that it's a Power Apps using Dataverse, but it's called as a Dynamics backend is Dynamics 365. So these all your backend is based on your Dynamics 365 on Power Apps as a built-in. It's a built-in storage by Microsoft Teams. Okay, and you can have all your capabilities, everything inside that one. Okay, so let me go back now. Let's see what is the difference between the Dataverse for Teams and SharePoint. Okay, So one thing is very common, which I've seen so far for many customers and users, that this is a chart which I just came some queries, that what license you need for Dataverse for Teams, Microsoft Teams for that matter. If you have license for Teams, maybe for Microsoft 365 basic plan, or even for the F1 license, the student license, you don't need additional license at all, because if you're using Power Apps, right? Power Apps and Power Automate. Same thing for a SharePoint Online also. And we have different connectors. Now, what is connectors? Connectors are the native connections through which you can connect to different systems in Microsoft. I can have connector for SharePoint. I can have connector with my SharePoint Online. I can have with Exchange Online, OneDrive, everything. And what is a premium connector? Premium connector which are created by external people like Adobe, MailChimp, and SAP. These are the premium connector which you have to purchase extra, right? So these are the few things which I want to highlight. Now, enough of talk. Let's talk about the business case here. Okay, our business case. Let's just recap what I told you about the business scenarios. Has so many issues we face because of the COVID. Now let's talk about the use case. Now we have a food service. Now my business case is a food service, because the COVID, a lot of people doesn't want to go outside. They want to order online, right? So in our data source, we'll be using SharePoint Online as a custom list, and the people can use either mobile or they can use a tablet. Okay, so this is a very simple applications, and I show you how we can use Power Apps and Power App and SharePoint Online work together. Okay, so let me show my demo first so that you can have an idea here. Okay, so this is my SharePoint Online, right? And I have a couple of things inside. Okay, so this is the one of the list which I created here, so called as awesome food service. And let's check the column which I have created so far. So I have something called as a title, and the customer name, the delivery timing, pickup timing, and delivery person, and the amount, right? And now because the COVID, people are want to work home. So what we can do, we can just give some tip to the delivery person, so that he also be happy, right? Because he's doing very hard work. He go to the restaurant, then picking the food and then giving to you. So we should give some tip to the person. Okay, and this is the column which I've created so far, right? So I will show you from scratch how I do it. But so what I will do here, this is my details. I will create a new list. I go to the site contents. Okay, what I will do, I'll create a new list. Okay, I'm doing everything from scratch, so you can get the full idea. Now you can see that this is a new list. Now you can see this is a new user interface where you can have your own templates. You can have an issue tracker. I think Norman Young will be in the last session is showing about how to use the issue tracker, and you have a lot of ton of different kind of templates we can easily manage. Example of employee onboarding, event itinerary, the travel request, a lot of the things we can do. But in our example, I already have a list which I created, which is called as awesome public list, right? So I'm just use this list. I already showed you the template, right? The column. So this is a C# Power Platform. Okay, so this is the demo. Okay. Okay, so it's the same thing. What I'm doing, just creating that. I just click on the site navigation, create here. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm creating my backup. This is my thing. I just move it up so that is easy to manage. Go up. Okay, just like it. So it's easy to manage. Okay, so this is my list. Okay, same thing, right? So what I will do, this is my own SharePoint, right? What I can do, I can create a new item, right? I just add something called as New Delhi. Okay, and the customer name is maybe Simon. Okay, and I have a couple of things for Simon. Maybe just he want to have KFC. Maybe he's very hungry. He want to eat KFC, right? So, and what he will do, like he just maybe it's also not nighttime, so maybe he is. It's a dinner time, I think, here for Simon. So I put 8 p.m. and the pick a time. Maybe I will go for the same day. Obviously, I'm using same day, 10th, and I can do for 8:30 p.m. so that yeah, and I know that I know he has a favorite person. So Alex is the person, and I can put now. This is too much food I have ordering, right? The chicken and the tender and Pepsi and all. So it is around um, $75, and I want to give some tip to him, $10, and coding is a fast food, right? Yeah. So this is the list. Again, no rocket science. Something I have done so far, right? I just a new Delhi. That's something I do. So this is the thing pickup, right? So the things I will do come here, and this is the pickup person, right? Now, what I can do here is that I can go and go to the list settings here, and under that I have something form settings. Now this is a SharePoint form, the default SharePoint form, right? SharePoint form. I have two options. I can go and customize using a new Power Apps, or you can use InfoPath. I don't know how many people are using InfoPath, but the option is still there. I don't know, still option is there. But what I want to do, I just want to show you that I can able to customize. I can just create a new item. I have an option. I have an option that customize with Power Apps. Now, if you customize in Power Apps, what it will do, it will create a new user interface, and what will happen is that it creating three different screens, one for the web, one for the tablet, one for the mobile, right? So what it's doing is creating the same user interface here, and still few things, there's nothing much is there. Only things I can add the fields. I can add the fields from attachment, the created by, cuisine type, everything. Very easy. But you see it is integration with SharePoint, right? So all your permissions are coming from SharePoint, not from Power Apps, right? So it's an integration, right? But it's not very user friendly as well. So I know I'm not going for that. Okay. And I just close it off. I just close it off. Okay. Let's close it off. It doesn't make any sense for me. I go to SharePoint. Okay. I don't want to do it. Yeah. I also mentioned to you that you can't have a backup and the restore, right? So you can't have, when you have a SharePoint list, this is a SharePoint list, right? You can't have backup restore. You have the integration. I showed you, you had an integration. You can do all the things, and the permissions are controlled by SharePoint, not by Power Apps. And this is not a very good way because you have no option to import and export to one system to another. Okay, so one thing. Now, what I will do next, right? I don't want to go for this. Let's start from scratch. Okay, so I'll go to something called as office.com. Go to office.com. I go to Power Apps. And what I will do, I will go, now this is the Power Apps maker portal, and I can build many apps. This is a few of the templates which create apps which I already created, and I can start. I can start from scratch. So in my use case, I want to create from scratch, right? I can start from SharePoint, but I don't want to start from scratch. So I can show you the user experience that how you as a normal person can create an app without writing a single line of code. Okay. So in my example, I'm going to create a single app. Okay. and I make it CSharpCorner platform demo. Okay, so I can use demo. I can use phone. I just use it because phone is better to use, better to have a more real space you have. Now what I'm doing, I want to create a new app, and I want to connect to SharePoint Online. Okay, so here it's nothing. It's a canvas. It's a blank canvas. You can do anything there. But what I want to do, I want to add a SharePoint connection, right? So how you can do it? Very simple. I go to a view, look for the SharePoint. I did this for SharePoint. Yeah, look for SharePoint. You see, I put a connection now. This is a connection. This is a standard connection. It's a standard connector. It's not a third-party connector. It's a standard connector. And I will go and pick. So let me connect here. This is a table, and this is the list which we are connecting to. So simple. Again, no rocket science, simple stuff we are doing, right? So I make a connection. Very important stuff. Always try to save the app. I have many times after a few minutes and all, I went for lunch or coffee break or something, and we have a timer for around 20 minutes. Then you have to re-authenticate. So try to save the app, and then you can do the things. Okay, so I make an app. I save an app. This is my application. So I've saved my app. So even I go for coffee break or tea and everything, my app is still in my cloud. Okay. Okay. So this is the thing I'm doing. Now what I will do next is just I want to create an app. How we can do is very simple. I just go and create a connector, which I already showed to you, and I will just create a simple I will just add a rectangle. Just rectangle actually is on the towards the end, one of the most useful shape we can use it. Okay, so here this is my app, right? My header. Okay, and what I will do, I will just try to connect to my data source, right? So here what I will do, I just connect to my data source. And this is my gallery. What is a gallery? Gallery is a container which can you have multiple data to be displayed, right? So what is a gallery? It is a container which can contain multiple entries in from your data. So I can click on the vertical gallery, and I will just make it here, and then I can move so that it's more easy to view. Okay, and I will connect to my this SharePoint list. You see, Simon is now here. Okay, so I can just connect, and then I can add more things. I can just add the cuisine. I want to have to show to cuisine what cuisine Simon want to go. So I go and okay. So I don't want to have this. I want to have this particular user interface. So now you see, it's very simple. So I can just go for the cuisine. Where is my cuisines? Cuisine types are here. Fast food is my cuisine type, and customer title is same thing. You see, very simple. No coding done. Very simple. So fast food cuisine is there, food is there, and the customer name is there. Very simple, right? So that's why it's very easy to make an app, and then we can just use it, right? So we have done with that. Okay, and what I will do here, just I want to add a label to just show that is our C# from demo. I can make it in white color, just like your Word documents and all. You can just do it here, simple stuff. Okay, yeah, you can make it brighter. Again, we can just increase to 20, right? Very, very simple stuff. It's too big. Okay, right? So yeah, so this way I can just make this my app simple, and then I can just do all the stuff here. Okay, so this is the my first screen. So I make it as a browse screen. Yes, browse screen. Okay, And what I will do next, I can add more screens. So I can add from here, or I can add. I have different type of screens I can go for. But I already have already made some changes. I can just duplicate, and I make it this one as a detail screen. You see, so easy to create and PowerApp. Okay, I'm not going to, it can be go complicated scenario at times, but it's so easy to create, right? Now what I will do next is that I want to show this gallery is not useful. I just delete it because I want to show the display form. So when you create here, we have two different kind of forms. We have the edit form and we have display form. So I just connect to display form here. And again, I connect to my data source, which is my SharePoint Online. Okay, now easily, you see everything is shown up here, right? So here I can easily connect to my data source. What is missing is that I have to connect to my data source. So this is my gallery, and my items should be shown as well here. Okay, so what I will do, there's something called as inform. We have to a very important property called as item gallery. So what is the item gallery is the which item I'm selected. So I'm good gallery dot selected. You see all the details are shown up, right? So again, no coding. I just wire up my item property to gallery selected. This is my gallery selected. You see, so far, so fast I can just do it. Right, so this is the way I can just do the things. I can do a lot of other actions as well. And let me go here. So you can get this area, right? So we can do a lot of other stuff. We can add some icons. So adding icons is very simple itself. I can just go and there are a couple of icons which I can use it. The first icon is the back button, right? So we go to icons. I can go to my back button. Okay, I can go back here. Okay, and then make it consistent to same color. Okay, now what I'm doing, I want to go back. I want to go back to this button. For that, we have one formula which is called as action. Okay, this is the action. And then what I will do, I want to navigate, go back to my basic screen, the basic form, right? So I go to basic, I go to navigate. So same thing, navigate. And I want to go back to my browse screen. How I can do, I just go back and I use something called as cover. This is a transition I can use, a different transition to go back. Okay, and then go back here. So go back and try here, you see, and go back. You see, very easily I can go back here. Right, so this way I can just go and connect to my data source, right? I mean to my different screens. I can wire it up with my browse screen to detail screens. Okay, so this is the way I can just do the stuff, very simple stuff. Okay, and so these are the stuff which I do. Now what I will do next is that I want to have a with the browse screen, so people can view the details. Maybe they can see the fast food and the Thai food or Indian food. Then they can go to the detailed screen. Again, they can see all the details. And what we also need is something called as a edit screen, edit or new screen. So this is the edit screen. So I make it edit. Okay, and then we don't need edit. We do need edit because we want to add something called as edit form. So here I will do and create something called as edit form. So we have three. One is the browse screen. We have the detail screen. Now we are working on the add or edit form. So we can add, this is something called as add or edit form, right? Yeah. Okay. So we have to connect again. So again, our data source is SharePoint Online. Connect here. Okay, same thing. Now it is a new screen, right? It's very simple stuff. I just have three screens now. So we have a browse screen, data screen, and the address screen. You see, within few minutes, we have created a new app without writing a single line of code. Okay. So these are the things. And I can change to maybe to second screen or full screen. I can change to vertical. Many ways I can do. One thing I've noticed that the order details is this was not required because I can just remove it. This attachment is not required. I can just delete it. And I can also want to add, because this is the order details will be too big, so I can just increase it. You see, I'm saving the app as well now. Okay, so this way I can just do some kind of changes in my form. Okay, and now I want to go back. I want to have some functionality through which I can able to add a new order details. So I click on the plus button, and then I maybe to click white color, and then I want to move, right? So I just move here, and in this my plus button, what I will do, I just go to navigate, right? Go to navigate. Yeah, so I go to again. One of the properties which we use is called on select, and I want to navigate to which screen? I want to navigate to at the screen. At the screen, and then maybe I put cover, go back, right? I click here. See, no item to display because we have not wired up the item property so far. So first thing I do, I just click here. I will just create something called as a new form. So we have a lot of form functions. So one form function is creating a new form, and I use called as form one. Okay, we click here. Let's see. Now we can see our new form is shown up because I want to have the capability for my end users to fill the form. Okay, and also I want to wire up with my item property as well. Okay, so my item property will be also showing up soon here. So put lread.selected. Same thing which I did for the other screen. Same thing here. See, so easy to do it, right? And other few things I want to just share with you that I can in this thing having back button doesn't make any sense. I have some option where the user can save the data, right? So again, we have a lot of options that we can go and click on the save button. Okay, and then also I will create an icon called as cancel, right? This is the app cancel. So user can just, after maybe a few options, see that I don't want to clear it, I can just reset. So I just want to go back and just click on the white color. So our app have consistent color here. Yes, very good. Okay, so now what I will do next is that I want to have in this particular screen able to save our Power Apps to SharePoint Online. This data, this particular form should be saved to SharePoint Online, right? How we can do it? Very simple. So we use some form functions through which we can save it, right? So what I will do here, I go to same thing, property, on select property. I click on the on select property. I will click on the submit form. You see, submit form. And which form? Form one. My form one is there. Okay. And form one. And then next action is I want to go back. my user should not save directly from here. I should go back. So we use another function called as back. Go to back function and go back here. So simple, right? Now there's no coding here, just some configuration to be done. Now, what about this particular function on the screen, right? So again, I go back to my on select, and I can go to my, if the user want to clear it, I just go to reset form. Reset form. Which form? This form. What is the add form? And I will go back again. I go to back function. So you see, I'm doing a chaining. I'm doing first thing. I'm doing an action called as a reset the form. What it will do actually clear all the content from here, and second, a semicolon, which means I'm going back to my home screen. So you can have a multiple semicolons and other functions together in this single app, in the single function, right? So I can have multiple. I can add some now. I can add some other function as well. So you can have do lot of things. I can add today. You can add as many things you can do, right? So this is something called as chaining, right? I give an example that what is possible. So I want to share. Okay, I'm done with that now, right? So these are things which we can save it, and we can go back, right? Now, next thing I want to go is about the details. Now, the user should be able to add it, right? So in my detail screen, I should have a capability to add it, right? So go back here, and then I go and in my edit screen, I go on select and go to navigate, go to add screen, anything, any function, any transition can go for, you see. So same thing, I can just go and change my color. You see, now you can see our app is now going in shape now, right? We can see some data showing up, although it's not very clean, but at least you get an idea how it works and all, right? So this is the way you can just do it, okay? And the third thing is I want to browse it. If the user want to go back, then I have to go to detail screens. So here in the arrow button, I go to, in my on select, I go to navigate, go to my detail screens, and go to our, okay. So we have wired up the other functions, right? So let's see how it works, right? So I have an app which is a browse screen, then I can add the details. So let's click on let me check whether anything is missing here. Okay, so okay, let's create here. Okay, so I want to add a new details, right? Maybe want to add Aroh, right? And then I made it Thai food. Okay, and the customer name is Aroh Shukla, and the delivery address I can put maybe in Singapore. Okay, order time. I'm very hungry, and let me put it to. It's 10:30, so maybe it's my supper time. So I put it at 10 p.m. and pickup time maybe 11 p.m. maybe, right? This is supper time, so it's quite late. Dinner. So I put it to 11 p.m. Okay. Delivery person maybe I could put to Megan. Megan is one of my favorite rider who always give me the right food, and I want to give some food here. So this is my order details. Okay, so this is all my food. Everything is inside, right? Thai food, and then have my chicken. Everything is there. My mango fries and all. And I know it should be around $80. Okay, and then maybe I put 20 here. And then food. This is a Thai food. Okay. Now I can go and save it. When I click on the save, what we'll do is see directly go to the my home screen. Now this app I can use in my tablet phone, I can use on my mobile phone, or I can use inside the web. This is a web version. So this way, if we use the standalone app, you can have a capability using your web versions, the mobile version, and any other version you can go for, right? So this is the way you can. This is very simple stuff we can do, and this is the CSharpCorner, the file type. You see, the food has come now. You see, I can add the comment. I don't know what is the comment about, but yeah. So this way, I can easily create a food app using Power Apps, and this Power Apps can work. Let me publish this app. Let me publish this app here. Okay, save this app. So what is user publish? When you publish, then you can use for all your end users, right? So they can use this app in my, see, this is a demo which I created, right? So this is the app. All my end user can view it. You see, they can add the new items. They can add Indian food. John. So you get the idea. Very simple stuff. You can just add the things, and this give a capabilities that you can have same kind of functionality in your mobile phone or your tablet app. So this is a very simple stuff which we can do without any kind of any hassle. You see that I didn't do any kind of code, right? It's a masala dosa. Okay, and we have 20 masala. $20, one $10, and Indian food. Okay, save it. Data is there, and it will display into a mobile phone. It display on my here as well. Right? When you refresh it, yeah, see, has come so far. Masala dosa has come so far. So you see, it's very easy to integrate. Now, what I want to show to you is that we can actually able to integrate the same thing into your mobile phone as well, right? So in my application, in my design team, maybe just want to add Power Apps.
Aro, I'm really sorry to interrupt. If you could just wrap in a couple of minutes.
Yes. I'm going to finish now. Give me just 1 minute left for me. Okay. Yeah. So here the same thing which I've shown to you, same demo which created right now. What all my end users can use this app in my Teams app now. Same thing, right? So you can do the same thing which in your Microsoft SharePoint Online or Microsoft Teams or in Power Apps. Same thing you can do in the same way. No rocket science. Everything I'm going to show you is just a simple demo how Power Apps can work with the SharePoint Online and also able to integrate within Microsoft Teams. Okay, so that's what Simon. Yeah.
All right, that's a great session, Aro. You just created an entire end-to-end application in this 45 minutes. Great. So I really loved it. We have a few questions coming in the comments. Maybe we don't have time to answer it. Irvin has been asking a few questions about the UI and the responsiveness. Maybe if you could go ahead and answer it to the comments later on. But thank you so much, Aro. I know it's very late at your place and you might be definitely hungry with the demos that you have done. So thank you so much. And we would love to have you back. And have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye. Take care, man. Bye. See you.
Bye. All right, with that, we move to our second session of the day. That's by Rui. Rui is going to talk about the Power BI Monitoring 101. A brief intro about Rui. He is a Microsoft MVP on data platform with over 15 years of experience working with Microsoft BI and data technologies. Rui is passionate about data and a frequent speaker on Microsoft events. He lives in Portugal. That's an amazing country. I love that country. And leads the BI and analytics team at the DevScope. So let's go and invite our next speaker, Rui, joining us from Portugal. Hi, Rui. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hello, glad to be here, and thank you for the invitation.
So, thank you so much for your time, Rui. We really appreciate for all that you do for the community. I see you're a Microsoft MVP, so thank you so much for accepting the invitation. And I see you're joining us from Portugal. How's life there, and how things are going on in this COVID?
I think it's the same everywhere in the world. We are still in confinement, and so I miss some social activity with friends and colleagues. But it's also a good experience to speak and to connect with communities all around the world. So it's not everything is bad.
Yeah.
But I hope it passes soon.
Yeah, exactly. So, by the way, I'm really interested with the background. What do you have over there? Some characters? What's with the background?
Yeah. I have my childhood hero, the Son Goku from Dragon Ball. I even
I
have
love that.
a Dragon Ball.
Wow.
But I missed the other six.
Oh my god, that's the first thing that got my eyes on that.
And I also have for my team every time I
Oh
need
my
to bang. So
goodness.
it's a four.
Glad you can pick that up with just one hand.
Yeah, every time I need to smash something, I just pick the Thor.
All right, Rui, I know we're only a few minutes in your session. We won't take much of a time now. You can go ahead to start sharing your screen and then I'll add it to the stream.
Okay. Let me know when you are able to see it.
All right, everyone can see your screen. And okay, yep.
Below. And here it is.
Maybe you want to click on that hide option that says on your screen, that pop up.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay. Can I move forward?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's go. So one more time, thank you for attending. It's a great pleasure to be here. Simon already introduced me. So I'm from Portugal, Microsoft and Power BI professional. I've worked with Microsoft BI all my career. I'm really passionate about everything related to data and communities. That's one of the reasons why I got this award that I'm very honored from Microsoft, the MVP award, because of all the work into the community. So the session today, and it's about Power BI monitoring 101. So the reason is this is something that I think and I believe it's really important whenever you work with Power BI to monitor what is happening inside your tenant. So I will start to describe why you need this. Then I will jump directly to the final demo, so show you the end result, and then we will discuss how to do it. This is a 50-minute session, so we won't have time to focus on the details, but please focus on the possibilities, not the how to do it, because in the end, you can send me an email and I'll share my contacts with you and I will share the code and the Power BI files, so don't worry about understanding every detail. Worry more about understanding why you need it, and then, of course, the how to do it. I will describe, there are multiple ways to do it. I will show a very simplistic one with PowerShell scripts, but there are others, and we will discuss them also. So why you need to do this? So if you work in a company and you are developing Power BI reports, or you are responsible for the Power BI tenant, if you are the IT admin, and you cannot answer these questions. So if you cannot answer what's the most active user in your organization, and why you need to know the most active user or users is, for example, if you want to just activate a new feature, and Power BI is adding new features every month, maybe those are the set of users that you should speak to. And another very important question is how many users use Power BI in your tenants? How many distinct users use it per day and per hour? And this is very, very important. If you, for example, if you have a premium capacity, this is something that is very important to know, because this can determine if you need more or less vCores, if you are overbuying, or if you are, or maybe you need more and you have 1,000 distinct users per hour, and then maybe one P1 is not enough. Another important question is, how is the content being shared? So maybe you design some guidelines to use workspaces and data workspaces and report workspaces, and then use apps to publish and broadcast your Power BI content to users. And are actually the developers following those guidelines? So or not, or no? So it's something. So how is the content being delivered to the end users? You can also monitor that. Do your users use published web, and maybe you don't want them to use, or maybe who is doing published web and sharing those reports with to the public? So it's something that it's important for you to know. Even if you authorize published web in your company or in your tenants, it's important to know who is doing it. What do exist in the personal workspaces? One of the things that it's not actually recommended or as a best practice is to create reports in the personal workspace and then share those reports with other users. So you can create reports on your personal workspace, but if you share those reports, then maybe you should think, or you should plan to put those reports into workspaces, not the personal workspace. Because if you leave the company, then that personal account will get deleted, and you could lose some work there. And you can monitor, of course, what do exist in the personal workspace, and if there is some activity in those personal workspaces. I've seen situations in companies where the most active report was actually a report from a personal workspace, and this is not good. And you need to know about this. Another thing is that the top used data sources. What are the most active data sources in your tenant? Is it files? Is OneDrive? Is SQL Server database? Is it data lake? Maybe you could want to not authorize the use of file system and force your users to use OneDrive or another cloud service, because you don't want them to have some critical or Power BI developments that just connect to a local file system. Maybe you just want to, and then you can design some guidelines that you give to your end users, and if those and if you detect this kind of situations where you detect there is a data set with a data source with a C or D drive, then you can just provide those guidelines, and they will be able to migrate their Power BI development. So you should look at the data set refreshes. So what's the trend? So do you have a data set refresh that is growing in the amount of seconds it takes to refresh every day? And you should be able to look at this at the tenant level, so for all the data sets that exist in your tenant. So what do your users use the most to access Power BI? Do they come from mobile applications? Do they use Excel? From the browser? Which browser do they use? And the browser is something that is important for you as a Power BI admin to know, because I don't know if that still happens, but it happened to me a year ago. I used Firefox, and Firefox, I don't know why, it made Power BI slow. And I think it was the Power BI service that was slow, but that was not the case. So, and maybe you are getting complaints from users that Power BI is slow, and maybe that's because of the browser. So, and you can react to this, you can use this information to when you get this complaint, to understand, okay, maybe they are using old browsers, and that could be the issue. And another thing that is also important to monitor is which data sets and reports are not actually being used in more than 1 year. you should think into deprecating those reports. And last but not the least, do you have users with a paid license that don't use Power BI in more than 3 months or more than a year, and you are paying for those licenses, and then you have a collection, a set of 10 or 100 users asking you for licenses, and you are not giving them a license because you don't have more, but then you have users that they have a license that they don't use it. So this is a collection of questions that it's really, really important. And I think that I won't say Power BI developer, but if you are in any kind responsible for the Power BI tenant, you should be able to answer, and you should look at this. I won't say every day, but you should at least look at this data frequently and make some decisions, and more informed decisions with this. And if you cannot answer these questions, then you are literally driving blind, and there is certainly a big reality check ahead of you. And I can tell you from experience that if you don't look at this data, what you think is important, maybe it's not. Maybe you are designing mobile reports and no one is using mobile. You are spending time and money designing those reports, and it's not important. So, and maybe you should, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't design mobile reports. You should, but maybe you should wonder why they are not using mobile reports. Maybe your end users just don't know about this. So in this session the main goal of this session is just to show you what you can do with this data, and to show you the importance of looking at this data. So before going into the solution, the custom solution, so there is nothing out of the box with the same level of deep analytical into the activity and the catalog out of the box, but there are some things out of the box that you should know of. So the first one, and it's actually very nice, but it has two main limitations. It's the Power BI report usage. So if you go to the Power BI report and you click on the open usage metrics, this will open a report like this, and this will give you, for the reports and all the reports in the workspace, some activity information. So you will be able to see the report views. You will be able to see some telemetry data, the time to open a report, which is something that I can actually, in my solution, I cannot get, because I cannot get that telemetry information with the APIs. But the limitation of this solution is it will only give you 7 days of data, and it's workspace by workspace. So if you want to look at this at the tenant level, there is no way. So you need to create multiple data sets by workspace. And I work with companies with 1,000 workspaces, and this is impossible to manage. That there is actually a tenant level monitoring solution at the admin portal, but in here you don't have any interactivity, so you cannot control the refresh of this data. I can actually sometimes, I don't actually trust really much these counters here. I have some differences, and I've checked, and the API data is more correct than this. But nevertheless, it's something that is available out of the box, and it will give you at least the number of reports, the number of data sets, and you can at least get an idea of what's happening in the tenant. So this is what is available out of the box. Now, let me show you what you can do if you collect this data and the potential of what you can analyze with it. So this is a Power BI report. So this is the Power BI report that I built. One more time, I can share this Power BI file with you, no issue, but let's start with the activity. One of the things that you can get from the Power BI as an admin is what is happening in your tenant. And what's the activity? The activity is, if a user opens a report, this will create a line saying that user A at this time, at this date, it opened this report from this workspace, from this client IP address, from this user agent. So you get all that information as in a table that will get you. So this is the actual activity operation. So you get a lot of information from the activity log. So you can get that, you can take that information and you can build some dashboard like this, where you will be able to, for example, just give you a trend. So I actually have a positive trend. So I even have a KPI for that. It's a positive trend. It's a line chart. I can just see, okay, my activity, my tenant activity is growing. I'm also using some very cool feature from Power BI in line charts, that is anomaly detection. So I have 5 anomalies. So what is an anomaly? Is something that so Power BI expected, and is saying that over here, it has a value of 1,912 logs, but it was expecting this amount of logs. So this is an anomaly. And you can click on that anomaly and you can see. So for example, in this anomaly, on this point, there was a lot of generated embed tokens. If I go to the next day, this generated embed tokens that doesn't exist. That's the reason why it was that anomaly. So this is something that just out of the box, a line chart, it will just generate that anomalies for you. Then I have 3 KPIs that I think it's important to monitor. The activity trend, I just want to know, okay, am I growing or not in terms of activity? For example, if I switch this to the data view, data views is actually it's scaling, so I don't have a lot of more activity in data view. But if I go to authoring, so if I want to measure the creation, the edit reports, the delete of reports, then the authoring is growing. So the distinct users. So in my company, since November, so I have data since November last year, I have 89 distinct users accessing Power BI. But in a single day, the average is 20. So on average, I never add more than 20 users per day. And another thing that I can see here on the right is per hour. So on per hour, I have most of my activity during the morning and the afternoon, but I never have more than 60 in a single hour. And on average, I have, for example, at the most active hour is at 10 a.m. On average, there are 6 users in my tenant. So this is very important information for you to know, for example, for the planning some premium capacity. So how many distinct users you really have? And another thing that I didn't mention, and it's really important about the activity, is if you are not collecting and you are not storing this data, you are losing the data, because you can only go back 30 days. So one of the things that you can get out of this session is, if you are not collecting and storing this data, if no one is doing that in your company, you are losing some very, very valuable information that you can use in the future to plan. So just please collect and store it, even if it's on the file system or a drive. Just collect and store it, because maybe in the future you will need it. Then this chart over here, it can also give me a lot of information. So I can see that the data per month. Of course, this is Power BI. I can drill down per day. I can even drill down per hour if I want, but let's see this per month, because it's more easy it's more aggregated. So I can see a lot of data in here. So I can see the trend per month. So I can see the amount of distinct users per month. So in February, I'm actually growing the amount of users from January to February. One thing that I like to do is I can come here and I can look at, okay, I just want to look at data views. So what is a data view? It's a view of the report. It's an analyze in Excel. It's view of a dashboard. So and the data views, it's actually it has not a positive trend, so it's not growing. But if I want to look at authoring, because maybe I have done a lot of trainings in my company and I want to know if the activity is growing. So I had a spike in December. In January, it's the same, but in February it dropped. And another thing that I can do in Power BI that is really, really interesting is it dropped in January to February. I want to know why. And I can come here and say, okay, explain me why it decreased, why the logs of authoring decreased from one month to the other. And Power BI will just do some machine learning and try to do some detect some patterns in the data to explain that increase. And they will tell me things like, okay, the weekday 5, it was actually what contributed the most for this decrease on Friday. Simone, which is a user, and this demo user, they used a lot in January, but they didn't use it a lot in February. I really like to look at this visual like this, because everything that is on the green, it actually has a positive impact. Everything that is on the red, it has a negative impact. So like you can even just do over the dot, and you will be able to see that from one month to the other. Simone in January has 71 logs, and in February only 21 in terms of authoring. So this everything, it will keep that all that entire context. So this chart over here gives you a lot of information. So it gives you an aggregation of the operations. It gives you the amount of distinct users per day and per month, and you can, of course, drill down as I showed you. And then, of course, so this is where we are just looking at the time patterns, but you can also look. Oh, sorry, I don't know what's happening. Okay, Power BI is a little bit slow right now. Okay, so you can of course look at the data. Let's see for a user. So I can click on my user and see all the activity that my user is doing. So I can see it by day. I can see the activity per workspace. So Manager Cockpit is the most active workspace. I can see the by apps, Power BI apps. So Manager Cockpit app has a lot of activity in my user, and I can do the other way around. So I can click on the Manager Cockpit app and see which users use this application, and do they use the browser or they use mobile. So the application, the reports that exist in the Power BI, in this Power BI application, it's important to design mobile reports because there are a lot of users that use mobile. One of them is the CEO. So it's really important to design a mobile application because the CEO doesn't access the Power BI from almost any other format and device than a mobile. But if we click, let's say, on BI ETL framework, then I'm the only one that uses mobile. So you can do this. You can analyze this data whatever format you want, because then this is Power BI, so this is very interactive. So you can just click and drag and click and drill through to the data to make some specific analysis. So one thing that you can also do in here is you can click. I can click on this app. I can click on the user, and then I can even go to the most granular detail. I can just right-click, drill through activity detail, and this will jump to another page that will give me, for my user, for that report, for that application, what every log that it has available. And of course, we can export this data and send it for let's say, an audit operation. So maybe someone left your company and it was asked to the Power BI admin, okay, I just want to know which reports that user just saw or viewed or exported data in the last 3 months. So you can very quickly, just with a few clicks, get that and provide that information. So activity overview, there are many other things that you can do in here. I'm not going to show you every single one, but I think that you get the point. So you can just explore all the activity of what is happening inside your tenant. Then I also have a page I called report activities. So report is probably the most used asset in Power BI, so maybe the most important one. And this is just focusing on the reports, because the activity over here, this is not just reports. So if I could just look, okay, show me who is doing some export activity events. And this is not users. So this is service principals or admin accounts or service accounts that they are doing export operations. So activity, don't confuse with a report activity or opening report. It's everything that is happening in the tenant, even from service accounts. So report activity, in here, it's just reports. So I'm filtering this. I'm using the same data, but in this time I'm just filtering what is happening on the reports. And I can see that, okay, what's the most active distribution method? What's the most active user of reports? I can click on the user and I can see which reports that user is looking at. If I unclick the user, I will be able to see what's the most active report and does it have a positive or negative trend. And I can click it and I can see that, yes, it has a positive trend. And on every report, I can click and see which are the most active devices being used for that report. So this is just centered on reports. Then another thing that you can get from the Power BI API is some another important data aside the activity is the metadata. What do exist in your tenant? So how many workspaces, how many dashboards, how many reports, how many data sets? On the workspaces, how many personal workspaces do you have with Power BI content in it? And you can click and see those personal workspaces. Do you have any Office 365 old workspaces that you need to migrate to the new to the V2 version? Where are they? What do they have? And of course, the normal workspaces. Who is the most active user creating data sets in your company? So this is just catalog data. So in here, we don't have any activity. This is just showing you what to exist in tenant. So this report, it's very valuable if you go to the filters and someone complain about the report and you just want to know more information from that report using the GUID or using the name. You receive an email on the premium capacity saying that a specific data set is generating a lot of some performance issues. You can just filter that data set and understand where that data set is and at least know the workspace where it exists. Now, another thing that you can also get from this metadata is data sources. So you can get all the data sets, and then for all the data sets, all the data sources that exist in the tenant. And you can see, for example, that in DevScope tenant, we have a lot of data sources from files. I can click here and then be able to see which files, who is the creator of the data set, which workspace, and of course, for SQL databases. So I want to just look at the SQL databases, which databases are actually being used. And another thing that I also like about this report over here is I can just come here and select and search for a specific server that I know, and I want to know which data set is connecting to those servers, and I can just type the name and see the server and the database or the data sets connecting to this database just by using a search. So this is very useful when you just want to know, okay, I want to know which data sets are just connecting to my production database. And you put the IP address over there or the data source name and just filter it. Now, another thing that and since we are speaking about data sets, it's really important to look at is the refresh operation. So all the refreshes that is happening in your tenant, you can get that refresh history. So this is the actual refresh history. So you can get, okay, at what time it started, what time it ended, the duration it took, if there is an error or not, if it was on demand or scheduled. And you can take this information and you can look at it. So you can see, okay, I want to, so let's say, click on this report over here, and I want to know how many refreshes it's run in the last couple of days, how much time it took. So this data set, it's not a big deal. So it's actually taking the same level or more or less the same amount of time to refresh. If it failed, you can get the logs of the failure. I can get the actual per hour activity. So this data set is refreshing through the day for every 2 hours or so. But you can look at this more in a smarter way, like, okay, I actually created a calculation column that is a standard deviation of each refresh. And I can say, okay, I want to look at data sets with the standard deviation from the mean between 700 and 1000. And why this is important? Because, okay, it selected these data sets over here, and then I can just click on the data set, and I will be able to see that this data set, Power BI governance, it has a strange refresh time. So sometimes it's 2000 seconds, other times it's 300. Maybe this data set has some incremental refresh that, by the way, it doesn't. So this is not normal. So you can look at this data from a top level view and just, okay, calculate some measures that will do that standard deviation, and you can spot some strange things that are happening on your tenant. But to be honest, the most active usage that I get from here is just selecting a workspace or a data set. So this is actually it has a drill down from the data set from the workspace to the data set. I can click on this the workspace here, and I can see all the data sets. So each line is a data set, and see the trends of the refresh, every refresh that happened. So this is something that helps me a lot. The last thing that is also important as a metadata to look at is the users and roles. So every workspace, it has a specific set of permissions. So on every workspace, you can have admins, contributors, members, and views. And this report here, it will get the data for the user configuration of each workspace, and it will give you what's that configuration. So this workspace Power BI portal, it has 9 users. Those 9 users, these are the actual users. So from those 9 users, 7 is admin. We have 3 service principals or 4 service principals configured, and I have 1 security group. And this is very important also for auditing. And sometimes I have customers that just take this report, and every time someone is asked what's the distribution of users between the users' roles and workspaces, and export this data and provide it to someone. But this can give you you can look also at this report as a best practice appliance. So for example, we have a lot of things, a lot of admin, so maybe this is not normal, and we should look at it. So we have a small amount of viewers, which in our case it's normal, because we do a lot of consultancy, and most of the time we just create a workspace and we are the admins of the workspace. The last thing that I want to show you is users and licenses. So if you take, and this is not coming from the Power BI API, so you need to go to the Graph API, and you will get from all the users in your company, you will get the licenses that they have. And then you can cross this data, and you can relate this data to the activity. And this is where you get the most value, because in here, now I can, let me just show, I want to show users without Power BI activity. So these users, they don't use Power BI, and they have a paid Power BI license. So in these users, they never used Power BI since ever, and we are paying a license for them. So maybe we should consider just removing the license and assign to someone else. So this is another thing that when you relate the activity with the licensing, you can make some better decisions on the licensing assignments. Okay. So, and this is the report. So I'm sure that I missed some analysis here, but I think that you get the point of what you can do. And one more time, you can look at this in many perspectives. You can look at this at the admin perspective. You can look at this at the user or the report creator perspective. Like, I am the manager of a team and I want to just monitor if my end users, if my team is using the report that I built. So this is not only for admins. So you can apply row level security and just give access to the report creator to the activity of their report. Okay. So this is the end result. So you cannot go, this is what you can do with the data. Of course, that you can build your own reports and you can do whatever other analysis that you want. So let's Simon, can you how much time do I have?
You have around 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay. So one more time. This is what I showed you the end result. So how can you do this? How can you collect this data and store this data? So this is one example of the architecture that I can share with you, and you can just start running it today. The only thing that you need is a service principal. You need to create a service principal on your Azure. I have on the slides, I have the steps to do it. And I have 3 scripts. So or 4 scripts. So 2 scripts to collect the metadata, 2 PowerShell scripts to collect the metadata, then another PowerShell script to collect the activity, what is happening in your tenant, and another PowerShell script to collect the users and the licenses. In the end, you can store that data in the file system, and Power BI will connect to that folder and just give you the same report that I was showing you. Of course, that if you want to do it in a more professional way, that's not the case. So if you want, I would recommend you to use Azure for it. So you can do this with whatever language or cloud that you want. The only requirement is you need to call API. You need to be able to call an API and store the data. So normally in my customers, what I do is I use an Azure function that will collect this data every hour. It will store it in the data lake, and then Power BI will connect to the data lake. You can also use another tools like Data Factory. There is a blog post by Just, the link is on the slides, that it has a blog series in how to collect and store this data using Data Factory. So if you are more into Data Factory, I would recommend you to look at it. So this is the APIs that you need to use. So for the Power BI metadata, you need to use a new Power BI admin scan APIs that will just do a scanning over all your tenants. It's really awesome. It's a really awesome API because on the first time it will get everything, but then you can provide a timestamp, and it will only give you the workspaces that change it since the last time that you collected the data. There are some things that I still need to use the old get groups as admin API that will give me all the workspaces in the tenant, and I need to loop those workspaces because, for example, for the Power BI metadata API, there is no way to get the refresh of the data sets as an admin. So you need to actually get the groups as the admin and then loop and for each data set and workspace and call the refreshes API for those workspaces. And you need to make sure that the account that is running the script, it has a permission to get the data. And the activity log is another API from the Power BI admin called activity events. For the graph, for the users and licenses, I'm just using the graph API. So these APIs, they are pretty well documented. So I have the links on the slides, but for example, for the activity, this will show you what type of get statement you need to do, get request you need to do, and it will show you the payload that will reply. One more time, you can call this in whatever language that you want. You just need to be able to call this API. So one thing that it's important to discuss is the authentication. So all these APIs, they use OAuth 2.0 to do the authentication. My recommendation is to use the client credential flow. The client credential flow will force you to create something that is called the service principal. So you need to go to your Azure Active Directory, you create a service principal, and after you create that service principal, you save the application ID, secret, and the tenant ID. You need to create also a security group and add that service principal to the security group. And on the Power BI admin portal, you need to allow that security group and, of course, the service principal to access your Power BI admin APIs. So, and after you do it, and that is a lot of blog posts from the community that explain how to create the service principal, but it's these 8 steps. And after you do it, you don't need, so you have everything you need to run the scripts that I can share with you to collect this data and extract the data and store the data. So for the storing the data, I will just briefly go through the script. So the 4 scripts, the Power BI, the fetch activity. One more time, you can only go back 30 days. So if you're not collecting this data, you will lose the data. The catalog. So this is none of these scripts is too complex. So it's PowerShell because I'm more comfortable with PowerShell. But one more time, you can do it whatever language you want. Or you can use another tool that can call an API like an Azure Data Factory to collect the data. So I have those 4 scripts, the catalog, the activity, the refresh. For the refresh, it's important to state that there is no admin API to collect this data. So you need to make sure that the service principal has access to the workspace. There is also another script that I share is it's a script that will go to all the workspaces as the admin and make sure that the service principal has access to the workspace before running the scripts if you want if the refresh operation is something that you want to analyze. And of course, the Graph API. The Graph API, it's for Microsoft. It's a very important API to just collect to your Azure Active Directory and to connect to your Office 365 information and collect these users and licenses information from there. One thing to be in mind is the API throttling. So all of the Power BI APIs and the Graph APIs, they have throttling enabled. So you might get this 499 error, too many requests. All the Power BI APIs, whenever they have throttling, they state the amount of requests that you can make per hour. It's a generous throttling. So I only got throttled in tenants with, let's say, 50,000 workspaces with a lot of data sets. So on a normal tenant, I would say 1,000 workspaces, and you don't get this throttling. But if you get this throttling, in the code, in the PowerShell code that I provide you, I actually handle the throttling. So and whenever you get the throttling, you need to wait to make the next request. So, and after that, you collect this data and you store the data. Then you have the data sets. On the data set in the Power Query, I just want to mention something that is important. This Power Query, the Power BI implementation might sound too complex, but one of the things that it's important just to notice is I use a technique called the file proxy. And this Power BI file is ready if I want to switch the location where the files reside. If I want to switch the location from the files from the file system to a data lake, I just need to switch one Power Query called the file proxy. And I just uncomment one and comment the other, and I can switch the location of the files between a folder and a data lake. So this is my way to have a single development for the multiple data sources. I have a video, there is a link here that where I explain this technique. So the Power BI data set is very simplistic. I have two data sets in one focusing on data catalog and another focusing on the activity. And then the report, it's what I showed you. I won't go into too much details on it. So I already explained to you all the pages and what you can do with them. And this is it. So I know it was really fast in the part of the code, but I'm sure that if you have someone that can write code or just understand PowerShell, it will be very easy to understand it. But my only take from this session is, if you are not doing it, if Power BI is important to you, just do it, because it will be worth it. And thank you.
All right, Rui, that was a great session. I think in just 45 to 50 minutes, you covered a lot of content, right? So I don't come from this Power BI background, so it's kind of went all over my head. But I would definitely like to know on how long it took you to go ahead and build this presentation, because there's definitely a lot of insights and some of the best practices and many things that you shared. So how long it took you to go ahead and build it to make this presentation?
Oh, yeah, the presentation, to be honest, it was fast. I would say like a day or two. Why? Because I'm doing this, I would say I'm doing this Power BI monitoring for 4 years now.
Wow.
There, in the beginning, the APIs were different. So nowadays there are APIs that you can get the content from an entire tenant, a big tenant, in a matter of minutes. For example,
Yep.
4 years ago, to do that, it would take you 1 hour or so, because the APIs were not optimized to do it. But this is something that I've been doing it for a long time now. Even before Power BI, I always believed on the notion of the BI of the BI. It's really important to, when you build a solution, to monitor that solution.
Yes.
Because that can give you a way different perspective of things. So maybe you think that, okay, this is the most important report or development, and you think that because maybe that report was the one that made you where you dedicated more work to. That's not actually the most important report or development to the company. So, and when you get this information, the real data, then your perspective might change and you can make better decisions. So even before Power BI, let's say reporting services, for example, 10 or 15 years ago, it was a very popular, and it still is a very popular BI solution from Microsoft.
Yeah.
I had solutions of monitoring the usage for that. So this is a topic that I'm kind of passionate about, and so it wasn't a big effort. Nowadays, I just want to share that what you can do with it with the community, and I hope that it's valuable.
Yeah, so definitely you said Power BI is an amazing tool. It lies on the right of the magic quadrant by the Gartner, and people just love to use this Power BI tool. It was a great session, Rui. Thank you so much for all you do for the community, and thank you so much for your time. All the session will be archived and people will be able to watch it for free. So thank you so much. We would love to have you back when you'll be available, and have a great day and hope to see you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, with that amazing session, we now move to our next session, and it's going to be really fun, right? Because the session name is fun, how to have fun with Power Apps by building a dictaphone application. So for that, we have our speaker, Ala Bitar. I don't know if I say that right. I hope I say it correctly. So I actually don't have much bio about it. I checked his LinkedIn, I checked his session. I couldn't find his bio. So I'm going to spend some time with him doing some chit chat. So let's welcome our next speaker, Ala Bitar. Hi, Ala. How are you?
Hello, I'm great, and you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. So very first question I want to ask you is, how do you say your name?
You pronounce it quite okay. It's Ala, and in Arabic it's Ala, but you pronounce it.
Okay, I get it. All right, Allah. All right, I get it. Okay, I'm Asian, so I can say it. It's not a problem. So where you're joining us from, Allah, actually?
Currently, I'm living in Switzerland now. It has been almost 3 years now. Before that, I was in Lebanon, and before that, I was in France.
Okay.
Yeah, but with the current situation, I think everyone is somehow at home,
Yeah.
doing whatever we can, and
yeah, Switzerland is a beautiful place, I must say. We have some of our friends over there, so that's a amazing place. So how has life been there? I mean, is COVID okay? Things are back to life?
Yeah. Currently, it has been like somehow something more than 2 months that we are completely home office whenever it is possible, of course. As this week, places other than the supermarkets reopened again, so like museum and something and places like that, but restaurants and bars are still closed. So
All right.
but I think we are on the right track, to finally win this COVID situation, and hopefully the whole world will also get rid of it, and we can all come back to a normal life.
All right, Salah, I won't take much of your time. I know we're already 6 minutes in your session, so I will suggest you to go ahead and share your screen, and
Okay.
then we can go ahead and get started.
Okay.
All right, I have your screen, and the next 40-45 minutes is all yours.
Okay, let's go. So first of all, thank you everyone. Thank you all who are attending, and thank you Simon and all the team to organize this super great event. There are still some great session today and the couple of days after. And don't forget also that this event is the main topic and the main subject of this event is, of course, to learn some new things, discover some new things, see what are the challenges that we have with the Power platform in general environment. But it's also about to raise funds for the children. So really, if I think that every penny counts. So if you're able, just click on the donate button, and even if it's one penny or 1 cent or one euro, it's always I think a good thing to do. So before jumping into the session, I want you really to enjoy this session somehow. I want this session to be a bit of a laid-back session, and just to have fun. Yeah, just have fun with the Power Apps. Either you come from you already have some experience in the Power platform or the Power App environment, or you're completely new. Just sit back and then see what we can create, what kind of application that we can create, with zero code, and just drag and drop, configure some components, make them talk also talk well together, and hope you will enjoy the session. So as we were saying, my name is Alabitar. I'm basically an IT application architect. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer. I work for a company called Cassination in Switzerland, in Bern. Basically, at Cassination, we build robots, real robots to help surgeons do surgeries. Two types of surgery. The first surgery is quality ablation. So it is about having a surgery where the patient, where the operation is less intrusive as possible, and the other operation is to implant audio devices behind the ear to help patient hear again or hear better. So we provide those robots to help surgeons and to guide them in those surgeries. I have to tell you, I'm guilty as charged, as we say. I'm a SharePoint addict since 2007. Basically, I discovered this technology in my first at the beginning of my professional career, and I just kept going, working with this technology. That time it was SharePoint on-prem, and then with SharePoint Online and Office 365 and M365 now. You can find me on LinkedIn. I have also a YouTube channel. It is Power Appsable. where I share, some pretty easy to create some good application around the PowerApp platform. I have also a blog and a GitHub where I usually put the most of the content that I produce available for you to download to play a bit. So the agenda is super simple. I just have two or three slides before we jump into the demo. Before we jump into creating like this fun application to create a dictaphone application together. We're gonna create it together. So just one slide about the M365 ecosystem. What I really want you to understand and to realize is that the Power Platform, the M365 are a whole ecosystem made of different kind of application that enable us to exchange emails, create chat, engage people around some ideas. We can do some telephony with Microsoft Teams, for example. We can create content, and this content is available on our PC, on our tablets, on our mobile, whatever you have, a Windows, a Mac, an iPhone, Motorola or Samsung or any Android enabled device. You can access this ecosystem. You only need to sign in. You only need your Office 365 account, log on, and then you are in this amazing ecosystem of application that can talk with each other and really create a great environment. I really love this periodic table from Jump to 365. It really show us the different bricks, the different environment in the Office 365 periodic table per se. So today we are going to focus on this guy, on the PowerApp. We are going to create a PowerApp application, but we will see that this PowerApp application can, in one line of code, talk with the Outlook, for example, to send email through the PowerApp application, for example, and so on and so forth. I just wanted you to really have this image and really understand that when we engage this platform, this environment, the Office 365 or the M365 environment, we have access to a whole bunch of environments that talk with each other in order for us to be able to create great applications in really no time. So a couple of years ago, creating the application that we are going to create now would have taken us, I don't know, 3 or 4 more the time that we are going to spend today in the session to create it. So, demo time. Let's really dig into it and let's together create this application, build it bit by bit together with no code, no lines of code, no C#, no JavaScript, no whatsoever. With just a browser, the mouse, the keyboard, and a couple of knowledge, and just know how to wire all the different components. So let's go. All right. Okay. So to create a PowerApp application, basically I have to log in to what we call the PowerApp Studio. It is the place that enables us to create PowerApp application. So to access this PowerApp Studio, I can either go to make.powerapps.com, log in with my Office 365 account, and I have access to the studio. within the studio, I have the home page where I can access the different application that I already created. I can learn about the PowerApp platform with some great contents. I can, if I go to the apps, I can see the different apps that I either created or that were shared to me as well. And of course, I can create a new app and import apps that for example, that someone else created. For example, if you go to my GitHub, you can download an already built application. If that ends kind of a zip file, just a different extension. You take this package, you come to import Canvas app, you upload it, and boom, it's yours. You can play with it. You have access to it. You have access to the somehow source code of it. You can change it and so on and so ever. And of course, you can create an application. This is a really nice feature. I think it's the most important feature that we are looking at that for our demo. Basically, we have, as you can see here, we have 3 different kind of application that we can create. But today, what we are going to focus and the kind of application that we are going to create is a Canvas app. Basically, it's like a blank page, or at least we're going to start with a blank screen, and then we're going to create our application. The other 2 are out of the scope for today's session, but just to let you know, the portal application is basically if you want to create an intranet site, a website, using the PowerApp platform. So it's like a public-facing URL that can be accessed without any kind of authentication. Or the model-driven app. It's another kind of application, but that starts with from the CRM or from Dynamics. Usually, it starts from Dynamics in order to create an application. But let's not waste time on this now. We're going to focus on a Canvas application. So before jumping into creating like the beginning to creating our application, I just wanted for you to have a look on all these almost production ready application that you can leverage and use with directly. The meeting capture, service desk, leave request, fundraiser, my expense, assets checkout, and so on and so forth, employee engagement survey. Those are applications that are available for you, that were built and were packaged by the Microsoft team, the PowerApp team, created for you, and you can just click on it. It will provision the application for you with the right template, and boom, you can already directly be able to use it. So, or at least you can have a look, and you can access the source code of the application somehow, even though it's not really a source code, but you have access to all the configuration, to all the components that are in this in those applications. So if you want to start, have a look, just pick one of those templates, provision it into your Office 365 tenant, and that's it. You already have access to it. You can play with it, play with the button, see how the different screens as well interact, and that's it. So before I'm going to hit the Canvas button, I just want to show you the end result that we want to achieve. So I've already created a Dictaphone application. So I'm just going to load it, And basically, this is what we are going to create. We are going to create an application that has a button that I can hit this button. I can record, test. This is something to remember, and then hit the stop button, and then it's gonna record and save my voice, and I can click the play button and hear it again. I can hit the send button, and then it's going to send an email to me with the audio as attachment. And if I don't need it again, I can just click the this bin button, and it will be removed from the list of the different voices that I recorded. So without further ado, let's do it. So I clicked on the create button. So I'm going to create a Canvas application from blank. I'm not going to start with a template, or I can start also from a data. For example, if I already have some data in SharePoint, in an Excel file, in a SQL database, whatever, I can choose to auto-generate an application around the existing data that I have. But today, we're gonna start without data because we don't have data. We don't have any recorded voice yet. Okay, so I click on the create black canvas button. Let's give it a name. Let's say Dictavoice app. Okay, and I can choose the format. This is at this point it is important. It's just going to define the layout of the application. If it is going to be more to fit more on a phone, so that the screen will be like more vertical, or will have some more places and to be fit on a tablet. Let's either way, but let's choose a phone layout. So I click the create button, and then the PowerApp Studio will generate a blank application for me. You see in a couple of seconds. So basically, I have like this white screen that I can add some components. So when you start with on the tree view. By default, you have only one screen. Your application is made of only one screen. If you want to add screens, you just hit the new screen button, and then you can add screen. You can add another blank screen, or you can also add screens that are already have some templates. For example, if you want to display a meeting kind of screen, or a calendar, and so on and so forth. So basically, it will provision for you those kind of screen. For now, we only need one screen. So when we want to add a component to a screen, super simple. From the ribbon button, we hit the insert button, and now here, as you can see, you have all the different components that you can add. So it goes from the label to a button to whatever kind of text, input text, HTML text, rich text editor, different kind of input as well, button, checkboxes, radio button, toggle, timer, and so on and so forth. There are different items. For example, you have the media, where you can access put some image, or what it is interesting for us, the microphone component. So I just hit the microphone component, and boom, I already have like a kind of button that I can drag and drop whenever I want on the screen, and already start to play with it. When I want to test an application in the PowerApp platform, basically I can just hit the play button on the top right. So I hit play, and my application is like in live mode, and I can do whatever I want. And when I'm done, I just hit the X button, so I can back to the edit mode of my application. Or on the keyboard, if you hit the Alt button, the application goes to live mode, and you can access it directly. You can access the functionalities directly. Whenever you release the Alt button, sorry, whenever you release the Alt button, the application goes back to the edit mode. So if we remember, we want to save our voice. So from our microphone button, okay, let's put it on the top, but at the middle. How can we put it at the middle? I'm not going to, see the width of my screen and the width of my component and just at some point choose the corresponding X. We can leverage the kind of formulas that will be dynamically evaluated at runtime, and then, for example, we want to position our button in the middle of the screen. So the X and Y defines where you want to put your component in the screen. So the X is the horizontal and the Y is the vertical. So if I want to place my button on the middle of the horizontal axis, super simple. I select my component. I can access, whenever you select a component in the PowerApp Studio, you can access to the properties in two ways. You have on the right side, you have the different properties that are available directly here. So the common properties or the advanced properties are available directly from here, or from the upper left section of the screen. From this drop down, you can also access all the different properties of a component. So I select the button, I select the X property, and then I can just say app dot width. So this represent the app object represent my application. Dot width represent the width of my application. So, but I wanted to put it in the center, so I have to put it to say that I want the width divided by 2. Okay. So this will put my button, my component, at the middle, but the component has a certain width, so I want to subtract the half of the width of my component, so it's really centered on the screen. So I can just do minus, and then how can you reference a component? So basically, you can reference a component in 2 ways. You can reference a component by its name. So for example, let me just rename it and call it micro, not microphone 1. You can take its name and directly reference it in any formula. So I can say micro.width divided by 2, just put some parentheses for user readability. So now I see that my component is straight in the middle of my screen. Or because I'm getting a reference to the component from one of its own properties, I can use the self keyword. So whenever you are in a component, you can use self. So self references the current component. So for example, if I add a button, and here, for example, on the whatever property I use the self reference, here self references the button, not the microphone. So whenever you use the self keyword, it references the current component. Okay, just to let you know. So here we have finally our button to record. So, and it is centered in the center of the screen. So I can, whenever I click, it records automatically whatever it's hearing from the microphone, and I can stop. But what I want is to save this record. So again, I select the component, and if I look on the different properties of the component, I see that I have an on-start and on-stop property. So basically, as you probably guessed it, the on-start is the event whenever I click on the button, on the microphone button, and the on-stop is basically when I hit the stop button. So what I want is that when I click on stop, I want to take what the component recorded from the microphone and put it in some kind of a variable. So if we want to create a variable in the PowerApp platform, super simple. We can use the set function. Set function basically takes two parameters. The first one is the variable name. So let's say I want to name it audio file. And then the value. What is the value that I want to assign to this particular variable? Basically, it is self.audio. Self.audio. The audio property represents the content that has just been saved by the microphone. Okay, so if I click the start button, I click play, and then I hit the start button. It's recording, and I hit stop. What happens is that the on-stop event was triggered, and then the audio content that the component just recorded has been put in the audio file. Now, it's not really what I want, because what I want is to be able to save multiple voices. So using a variable that can just hold one object is not what I really want. What I want is like an array or a collection. In the PowerApp environment, we call arrays or variables that can hold multiple objects. We call them collections. So in order to use a collection, I cannot use the set function, but I can use the collect function that takes a collection. So let's name it audio files. And then each time this function is called, the audio property object is put in the audio files collection. So whenever I hit the play button, I hit the start, record, hit stop, the audio property goes into the our audio files collection. But let's go a bit deeper, because at the end, okay, it's nice to save the audio, but let's go a bit deeper and save another information. Let's say the recorded date and time. So now what I want to store in my audio files collection, in my audio files array, if you want, is an object that is made of two properties, the audio properties and, let's say, recorded on property. So how you can create an object that has different, not different, but multiple properties in the Power Platform, it looks like a JSON format. So I can just open bracket, and here I say that I have an audio property that is equal to self.audio, but also I have a recorded on property that is equal to the now function. The now function just take the current date time and we are putting it in the recorded on property. So now whenever I click the start button, I record the voice that I want to record. I hit the stop button, and what is happening is that I'm creating an object that has an audio property that is binded to the self.audio property of my component, and another property that is called record on that has the current date time that I when I hit the stop button. So click the play button, I click start. So hello, this is a voice to remember. I hit the stop button. So I have an object that has been populated in my underscore audio files collection. I hit again the record button. Hello, this is a second voice, for example, and I hit the stop button. What happened is that now, if everything went well, I basically have two objects that were added to my collection. Now, okay, super, great. We saved our voice, but now we want to be able to play it back, or at least see the different voices that we recorded. So to be able to display information that are binded to a collection, or what we call it a data source in the PowerApp environment, in the PowerApp platform, we can use the component, super great component called gallery. Gallery basically is a component that takes as items a certain data source or a collection of objects, and be able to loop into each item of our collection and display the different properties. So like the new screen, you can have different templates, but you can also have like blank templates. So we're gonna use the blank vertical because we want to display our items vertically, sorry, not horizontally. So I click on the gallery vertical. I can just put it just below my microphone. I can tell it to take the whole screen. Now, okay, I have this container that is called the gallery. So let's just rename it by gal so records say. Okay, so I want this gallery to display the different audio files that I recorded. So I have to assign the items property. The items property is like the data source of my gallery. I have to make the items, the data source of my gallery equals the audio files collection. I know that my gallery is going to loop to each item in my audio files property. Okay, so now I can add an item inside of my gallery for each record to be displayed. So I can add, for example, a label. Okay, a label, I can just position the label whenever I want. So by default, the PowerApp environment assign the audio property for my label, but I don't want to use the audio property inside of a label. I want to use the recorded on, so I can see at what time the voice has been recorded, and I can even do some concatenation. So, for example, I can say recorded on and the end. So I'm concatenating the recorded on label with the time.recorded on property of my of the voice that I just recorded. Okay, so I can see that I have two voices that were recorded on 6 p.m. and 17 p.m. Okay, now I want to be able to play the audio. Okay, so super simple. I go to the media in the ribbon menu, and I choose the audio component. And the audio component is basically a small player. I can choose to place, for example, whatever I want. Let's put it like that. Okay, and the media property of the audio component is the content that you want to play back. So the content that I want to play back is my current item. So we have to imagine that the gallery is looping through all our items. Okay, so each item is referenced in the gallery as this item. This item represents the current item that the gallery is looping. So I want to attach the media property of my audio component to this item dot audio, because this item dot audio, it is the audio property that holds the content that I just recorded. If we remember, whenever I hit the stop button, I'm putting the self.audio, the content that I just recorded, into the audio property. So I want to play it back. It is the audio property that I have to bind to the media property of my microphone component. Okay. So now if I hit the play button, and so I see that I have the two different voice that I recorded. I can record, of course, a new one. Hit stop button, and it's directly shown here, and I can choose to play whatever voice that I want. Okay, good. We are almost done. We have to now. Okay, great. They are going to tell me, okay, wow, it's a great application. I can record and I can play it back. But come on, let's go a bit more deeper and integrate the PowerApp application, the PowerApp environment into, for example, Outlook, and to be able to send the voice by email, for example, for later to review it or to listen it again. Just Simon, how much time do I have left?
Around like 4 minutes. 4 minutes. You have around 4 minutes. You cannot hear me?
I'm not hearing you, Simon. Okay, all right. Sorry. Okay.
Check.
I think I have 5 minutes left. Okay. So we want to send the voice by email. So we go to the icons, and we select, for example, whatever icon that we want to select. For example, this one. Oops, sorry, I didn't add it to to my gallery. So I go to icons, and I hit the send button. Okay. So basically, it's just an icon. I could have selected a button or whatever component, but I think it's a nice icon that really represent the kind of action that we want to accomplish. So to be able to send email through the PowerApp environment, we have to add some connector, some email sending per se connector. So we have to go to the view and then to the data sources. And here in the data sources, we can add different connectors. So we're going to leverage the Outlook connector to send email. So you just hit the add data to add a new connector. You select Outlook, Office 365 Outlook connector. It just takes a couple of seconds. Okay, so now the connector has been added to my PowerApp application, so I can leverage its functionality. So I choose if I click again on the send icon. Now here, if I want to send an email, so I can go to Office 365. Oops. Okay, Office 365 Outlook. So here I have all the different functions that I can access. So the one that I'm looking into is the send email. So the send email takes 3 mandatory parameters: to whom you want to send an email. In our case, I want to send an email to me. So how I can send an email to me dynamically without hard coding the email, and if every different user access the application, I don't want the other users to send an email to me. I want to send to each user wants to send an email to them, to each one. So dynamically we can leverage a component that is called user in the PowerApp environment. So user represents the current user, the user that is currently logged into the application. So we can access a different set of properties. We can leverage the email. Then the subject we can add, so a voice recorded on, and then we can add the recorded on property, for example. And as body, I can put voice to remember. Okay, and now the component, the function is displaying the not required properties that you can access, but the one that is interesting for us, it is the attachment property, because we want to attach in the email, as the body of the email, the voice. So let me just grab my cheat sheet up, and I will explain it to you. And sorry, I forgot one thing. And this one. Okay, and let me format text. So basically, when you want to attach a file, when you send an email, you leverage the attachment parameter of the send email function, and this parameter takes as input an object that's called a table that has a name and content bytes. So name, you can name it whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. So you can put, like, for example, audio. You can name it audio recorded on, and this item dot recorded on, and for example, and then the content byte is the content of the email that has the content of the attachment. So whenever I hit the send button, it will leverage the send email function, and then send it to the current user the current audio. So just to go last little bit function is that the send email returns true or false if it properly sent the email or not. So I can just set the result of the function and then test it. Sorry. So if underscore result, sorry, if underscore result, okay, notify. Notify is a function in the PowerApp environment, just to like a pop-up, just to display some information. So email sent, or let's, in the other case, if the email not sent, okay, check, and let's just try it. Hit the play button, and I click the send, and I have the email sent. And let's just go and double check in Outlook. I just received an email, voice recorded on with the date time, and as attachment the audio file that I can play directly, for example, in the in Outlook, or I can download it. And yeah, I think that's that's it for me. I don't know if there's some question or.
All right, Allah, that was a great session. I was trying to speak, but I had some mic issues, so I had to just figure
I'm
it
not
out.
hearing you. I don't know why.
Oh my goodness. Check. All right.
I'm not hearing you, but it's okay. I don't know.
Norm, can you hear me? Norm is behind the scenes. Norm's gonna help. Norm, can you hear us?
It's okay.
All right, never mind. So
I hope you enjoyed the session. And
all right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. So I hope guys can hear me. If you guys cannot hear me, I'm gonna have a hard time. Let me check my audio. I think guys can hear me, but I don't know what's gonna happen. So never mind. Let's see. Norm is gonna be my savior. He's gonna tell if people can hear me. So our next speaker is Norm. Norm is a very good friend. He has been an active in community for a long time now. And I follow him on Twitter and LinkedIn. I always see him going and speaking in different events online. So he's a great personality. And in today's session, he's going to talk about on how you can build ultimate issue tracker using List and Power Automate. So, and a quick intro about Norm. Norm is a Microsoft MVP and adds a higher value to education using SharePoint, Power Automate, and Power BI. He's a blogger, speaker, community contributor, and Office 365 evangelist. And let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Norm Young. Hi, Norm. How are you?
It's great to see you. I'm fine. You always do such a great job at introducing people. That video is over the top. You can't believe how much I really appreciate you taking the time to put that together. So thank you. It's so great to be here again.
Yeah, we really missed you, and I was looking, and I said I do follow you on your social accounts, and I think we need to update that intro video, right?
That's okay. Yes, some things have changed for me. I'm no longer at Brock University, but I think of my friends there often. I hope some of them are watching today. I had a bit of a career change. I moved over to a company called Unlimited Viz, and it's okay if you've never heard of them before. They make a product called tyGraph, and that product is focused on analytics around collaboration, so specifically Microsoft 365. So the ability to combine my passions for data analytics and the Microsoft 365 platform was a perfect fit. So I'm glad to be back here again, meeting with you, Stephen, and the awesome people at the CSharpCorner. So thank you.
So we really loved it. So I think that's a great transition, right? So let me ask you, right? Dev is all good. Building product is really amazing, empowering people. But do you miss your students?
I miss being on campus and the energy that comes with it. Of course, I miss my my good friends that I made while working there. Education is very different than other parts of the world. It's a very interesting environment. It's invigorating. It's youthful. Change is usually welcome, especially in the technology area. And I was lucky. I was supported by a number of very good managers and leaders that were willing to take gambles on new technology where it made sense. So yeah, I do miss education, but at the same time, I'm going deeper on some of the technologies that I'm passionate about, and it's hard to ignore that. You only get a few years when you're at the peak of your abilities, and I hope I'm starting to approach that. So I needed to make a change and invest in myself and work towards those more in-depth skill sets. So none of that is what we'll be talking about today, but what I will be talking about today is some of the things that I see through engagement with my blog and on social media around Microsoft lists and especially the issue tracker template that has come out. And so as a way to learn, do self-driven learning, I just kept going back and back to the issue tracker, extending the functionality, and it resonated with the people reading my blogs. And so I thought I would combine all of those into a session where we could talk about building the ultimate issue tracker, but it's more intended to showcase what's possible with Microsoft lists and how you can use something like Power Automate to extend the functionality.
That sounds so interesting, Norm. I'm really looking forward to your sessions, and I won't take much of your time, right? Feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started with your session.
Yep, doing it now. Here comes the share.
All right. If you could just click on that hide button that says a pop-up.
Absolutely.
So that. Yep. So next 45 minutes or 15 minutes is all yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to my session about building the ultimate issue tracker using Microsoft Teams, Microsoft Lists, and Power Automate. Like we saw at the outset of the introduction, my name is Norman Young. I'm coming to you from a very sunny St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada. It's okay if you don't know what St. Catharines is or where it is. If I look out this window, I can see some of the mist coming up from Niagara Falls. And if I look out the other window, I can see the skyline of Toronto. So I'm kind of between places, but I'm very happy to be living in St. Catharines, especially on a nice sunny day like today. We're going to talk about these technologies that I'm passionate about, and it's the Microsoft Lists and Power Automate. And so let's take a closer look at Microsoft Lists in the context of Teams. And as part of the Microsoft List rollout, there was a number of ready-made templates, including the issue tracker. And the intention there was to give you a head start when building up your own solutions. In this particular one, it allows you to track and manage issues and bring them to a close visually with some of the column formatting and some of the built-in things that is there. So as we're seeing, we'll start clicking through the demo. I'm in a Microsoft Teams team. I've gone in to add a new app for Microsoft Lists, and this in turn will create a tab for us. I'm in the experience now where I'm selecting the issue tracker, and you see all these other templates that are available to us. And so we see some of the column attributes like the issue, the description, the priority, the status. You get a sense of what it will look like in function. We see some date columns, days old. That's an interesting one, which we'll talk about later. We could add images. We could link back to the issue. And it is a great starting point for those teams or organizations looking for a way to start logging and tracking issues that they can remediate. There's plenty of tools out there, but not all of them will work for those dynamic teams or people who don't want to jump from planner to task to all this other thing. So centralizing your task to a team specific, to a product specific, to an initiative specific settings makes sense. So as we scroll through, we get this template. It's delivered. It's in the context of teams. This is our hub for teamwork. We don't have to go to a separate app or a different site unless we wanted to. We still have those options, of course. And just like that, we were able to get our one step forward and bring the ability to track issues intelligently using the issue tracker in our team. It's a great choice, and it's a great way to start. And like all Microsoft products that are coming out now, the intent is to give you a starting point and then extend it to meet your requirements, to suit your team's working ability. So we'll use this out of the box experience, but we'll add more value, and we'll do that by adding new columns. We'll do some column formatting. We will leverage Power Automate to create workflows that enhance the list. So let's jump into the next slide. And so skip over this. It's great. We have our list, but it would be great if we, it would be better if we had some data to start with to illustrate the value that we're doing. And so what we're going to do in this next demo is import Excel data into an existing SharePoint list. So it may not seem like a big deal. And believe me, a number of years ago, this was a very complicated process using some of the classic SharePoint apps where you would install this weird app using Internet Explorer version like 10 and hope that you could import an Excel spreadsheet one time and build a new list from it. We've progressed from that point, and now we can create a new list from an Excel spreadsheet. And I'm a big advocate of that because it's a great way to modernize or digitally transform legacy processes that are have embedded themselves into Excel and move them into something more centralized and online like Microsoft List. But to repeatedly import data into an existing list is something that doesn't exist out of the box. So as I'm populating this list, and it's a one-time thing, imagine scenarios in your own work where you might have a consistent set of output from Excel. Maybe it's from an ERP system or something of the such, and you need to import it into lists for further work or manipulation or whatever the case might be. Using Power Automate as a tool to bring that data in is definitely something that you can do. So let's get the video of the demo rolling. And so here we are. This is our starting data, and it's just sitting in a SharePoint library associated with our team. And you'll notice in the Teams experience, there wasn't many options for us to use Power Automate. So I've jumped into Microsoft List, and now we can see we have more command bar functions, including Automate, Power Apps. So I'm going to hop into Power Automate, and I'm going to create a scheduled Cloudflow. Because this is a one-time import for our purposes, we're just using a scheduled flow, which simply means it runs on a timer. If you had a repeated cadence or cycle of when you were going to import the data, you would set this trigger accordingly. But for us, we're just doing a one-time thing. So first thing we're going to do is find our data. It sits in Excel. So it sits in the SharePoint site. So I'm just copying the URL. I'll put that into the location, and then I'll navigate through and find the file through the document libraries. And while we're doing that, I'll recaffeinate. So it's sitting in the documents. I can browse with this nice user experience. I find my file. Very important that your data has been formatted as a table. So Excel and Power Automate know how to interpret that column data. Now, I need to create a variable. I need to create this variable to store my date. My Excel sheet has one date. If I had multiple dates, I'd have to make multiple corresponding variables. So in this case, I'm calling it var date. It will be a string. And later in the flow build, we will leverage that because we have to do a very funny conversion to bring those Excel dates into a SharePoint list date. So now I'm creating a loop. The loop will be based on the output from reading all of those rows in that Excel table. And so now I'm going to go back to my variable that I created. You'll notice that I'm taking the time to rename all of my steps when I remember to. And the idea there is that if I have to reference the output from these actions or variables, whatever the case might be, I need some type of clue to let me know that this is the right output that I want to be manipulating or leveraging. So it's a best practice to start renaming your variables, your actions, and all of these things that make sense with what you're doing. So I've taken the date from Excel and I've assigned it to the variable. Now I'm going to start creating the item. So I'm going to go back to my list SharePoint address. I'm pointed to the issue tracker list. And so now it's a matter of lining up the Excel columns to the list columns. So the big assumption here is that you do have that mapping. The data coming out into Excel is going to actually line up with what is expected in the list. It can't be random. It has to be something very consistent and standardized for you to leverage. You'll see that anytime that there's a status value, a value column, which is like a pick list or a lookup value, I have to override the choice and go with custom settings. Here I'm doing the funky stuff with the dates. So I'm using this expression and I'm going to add days, and I don't know where this formula came from, but this is what's required to convert an Excel date. We use the year 1899, December 30th. We convert our string date variable into an integer, and then we format it to year, month, day, and that will present back the correct date from Excel converted into list. So the final things we have to do is just do the issue source and the issue logged by. So I'm doing a custom value. This is a name column or a person column in SharePoint doc. It's taking it as text. So it's, perhaps it says Norm Young. It's going to add it to the list, but it will resolve that name. If there was two people named Norm Young, then, we'd have some conflicts. We might have to approach that differently. But in this case, there's only one in my tenant. So the odds of it resolving correctly are good. So I've tested, I'm running, and now it's looping through all of the rows in that Excel spreadsheet, and we see that we're all green, and just like that, we have all of this data now in our list, and now we can start extending the rest of the solution. For our purposes, it's to illustrate and have some data to test and demo with. A takeaway for you is to consider how you can move any type of file-based data, CSV, JSON, Excel, and move it into different areas. It's very much like what you'd expect to see in the data warehouse world, where you're extracting, transforming, and loading data. This is very lightweight. This is like an integration, if you will. You can create an integration using Power Automate. Enterprise grade integrations might have dedicated tools, especially for those who are in the ERP space. You might be using something specific to that vendor. But for others who have this amazing toolbox of Microsoft 365, you have these types of things at your disposal where you can extend and use. And it's a great way to bring value and automation to your business processes. So we've got our data. It's now in a list. Now we're going to start moving towards, skip over that. Now we're going to update the issue tracker. So we've got our template. We've got our data. We see what it looks like, but there are some things that stood out as missing. One of the things that I think is missing is the ability for teams to make collaboration or content in the context of that item. So adding a simple comments column will address that. And you may have noticed I had the append the values to the existing. That's just so we can have a lineage of data. I'm looking at this days old column, and I'm assessing the column formatting. Anything greater than 30 days, it gets special formatting. So we're going to copy that forward. But what I want to point out is it's based on a calculated column, and this is interesting. This is comes from the classic SharePoint space, but it's going to calculate those days old, regardless of whether the issue is closed out or whatever. Like if it's not open, it's going to, it's always calculating, excuse me. And that doesn't make sense. If the status of an issue is complete, why do we care about the date anymore? So what we're going to do is create a new days old column. We're going to roll forward the same conditional formatting that we saw on the original days old, but we're going to add some more logic through Power Automate to only calculate that days old value when the issue is still active. And so I'm going through this business of formatting the columns, and I'm essentially copying what we saw in the delivered one. It's a nice format. It draws visual attention. It's got a fill color. It's got an icon. It's got all of this other stuff that lets you know that, hey, business process rules are kicking in. We're over this thing. So now I'm creating a due date column. And the due date column is just so practical. People raise an issue, and there's a very good chance that they have a date where they're going to need that back. The due date, and I pre-populated it here. I'm going to do some more column formatting. And in this case, I'm going to make it so if it's still an active status item, then we're going to draw some visual attention to it by formatting it. Excuse me, the due date column and the assigned to column become the anchor points for the rest of the value that we add to the solution. So a due date gives us something to trigger on. We can say, like, are we approaching that date? Have we exceeded that date? Let's let the person who's assigned to that issue know. So we're going to leverage those two columns for the rest of our demo to extend the functionality and bring value. So as you see, as I'm clicking through, I'm essentially saying, are we past the due date? Isn't it still active? So as I'm slowly, sometimes painfully clicking through all of this stuff, I'm just making sure that if it's in progress, if it's new, there we go, or blocked, that these are things that are still being worked on and they need our attention. So once the columns are set, we've applied some of our column formatting, we're going to jump back into our favorite tool, Power Automate, and we're going to look at calculating that days old new function. So as you see, I'm doing the final formatting to really draw visual attention to our due date. And there in bold red, we can see the items that have passed. And so the idea is not to overwhelm our users with the whole breadth of information that we get on the screen, but to draw visual attention to what's important, to give them a frictionless experience where possible. So here we go. I'm going to go into Power Automate. Forgive me as I click around, see my flows. And now we're going to create another flow. This is going to be a scheduled flow. So this needs to run every day. And every day this is going to do our housekeeping type of activities. It doesn't need to be an event-driven type of thing. It's just I need it to run every day. I need it to calculate those days old. And I might have other things that I do down the road. Perhaps I'm checking a status column or whatever. The idea here is that it's that once a day type of thing. So I'm going to declare a variable. Here we go. And we'll call this one var date reported. And we will pull this from the list. And that'll just be a string. New step. And this action, if I can figure out how to type SharePoint correctly, will be a SharePoint get items. And so what this action will do is it'll go back to our base list. You may notice that I'm using the terms lists and SharePoint interchangeably. That's because lists are SharePoint, and there probably will never be any Power Automate list actions because it is the same thing behind the scenes. It has a nice front end experience. Perhaps this is to help lessen the clutter of all of the different apps, like named apps, especially in Microsoft 365. Teams is your collaboration tool of choice. SharePoint communication pages and site pages are how you build up your corporate intranet, and lists are where you go to, collaborate on business data. So you can see I've pointed it to our site, to our list, and now I'm doing what's called an OData filter query. It's very similar to what we were doing when we were doing the conditional formatting on the list. I'm saying where that status column is equal to in progress, or that status column is equal to new, or that status column is equal to block, only pull back those rows. there's no need for me to get the whole data set. I just need what's in scope. I check flow checker, it's got no problems. I'm going to save, and then I'm going to test. I'm testing because I don't want to get too far down the path of building this this flow only to find out that I made a mistake. I click done. It's going to give me all kinds of green, and I'm going to simply click the download to see the output. There's a lot going on in here. It's not the easiest thing to read, but it does give me validation that data came back, and I just need that simple validation. So now I'm going to start to edit my flow again. I'm going to add another step. I'm going to do it inside of a loop or an applied to each control. And this will be based on the output from the previous SharePoint get items command that we had. So we will have that data set that we just retrieved, and then we'll cycle through it and loop through it in our apply to each control. So I'll grab the output or the value from the previous SharePoint step, and now I'll add my steps. And these steps will be the ones that will do the calculation for us. So I'll set my variable that I previously declared, rename it. I'll recaffeinate while that's doing that. Set the variable name to var day reported. I select that now. Now I'm going to enter the value. Stephen, any questions coming in from our friends that are watching? Please bring them up at any time. I'm happy to speak to them. Also curious to know where our viewers are coming from today. If anyone wants to share where they're viewing from today, that would be interesting as well. So now that I've set my var date reported, I'm going to go back into SharePoint and I'm going to update that days old new column. I know it can be painful watching me type slowly. It's because I only use one finger at a time. Okay, back to our site. And then to our list. So the ID will be what we retrieved from the previous get items. It's in these situations that you see as I'm picking from the dynamic content where the renaming variables or renaming actions really help to clarify. And one of the other demos that we will do, you'll see it in action where I'll have multiple get items, and it can be very easy to confuse them. So right now I'm doing the days old new. So we're going to use an expression. This one's not pretty. This is another one of those things where you have to do a pretty serious conversion. You'll see this ticks and all these other things, but I've got this posted in my blog of the how to use this correctly. I'll put in the dynamic var date reported, and so you can see why it was important to put that date in there. So it's another conversion that we're having to do, and Excel just has its own peculiarities about how it stores data, especially date data. So we did a save. Doesn't seem to be an issue, so now we will test. And remember, this is going to be a once a day type run, so it only needs to calculate the days old once a day. So as it's running, you can see it's chipping through. We're only expecting to see the days old calculated for those issue tracker items that are still active. So the ones that are new, the ones that are in progress, the ones that are blocked, and so on. And that's what we see. Where, in the other days old column that you see just beside it, every day going forward for new button not working, that's the second entry. It would go to days old 20, days old 21. And so like forever. And so in my opinion, it doesn't bring a lot of value to the user experience. Business users need to focus their attention on what is important. So, and this is how we do it. Let's click into our next demo. So one of the things that I've countered in working with SharePoint and list solutions was that yes, a list item can attach a file or files, and that's great, but it's not the most seamless experience if you're wanting to collaborate. So what we're going to do in this next section is we're going to create a new column where we're going to store a folder location. And so what our next flow will do is every time a new row is created, and that's why we're using an automated cloud flow, it will grab that information about the new entry and it will create a dynamically named folder, and then it will link back in a very friendly URL into the list. So this is really valuable for people who are using lists for things like case management, where the volume of lists is significant and the amount of documents that are being collected or need to be collaborated on need to be in that collaboration friendly, user experience friendly SharePoint online experience. And so my trigger is whenever a new item is created in the issue tracker, and now I'm creating a new variable. And we'll call this the var folder name, and this will store the name of the folder. And in the past, I've seen this done where it has to, that folder name has certain compliance or regulatory naming conventions that get implied. And so it could have, a business acronym like, in this case, issues tracker. It might be ISS, unique number, and some text that metadata attributes that you need to build this out. So in my case, I'm going to do something simple just to illustrate the value of using the dynamic data that you get from Power Automate when you do lists. So right now I'm just doing the ID. ID is a unique identifier, a unique number, auto incrementing number that is built into SharePoint. I'm going to do a dash, and then I'm going to put in the title. So if there are multiple issues with the same name, that identifier will uniquely identify them. And so what we're doing is, just try and imagine a list with hundreds, thousands of entries, and you have one of our knowledge workers going through that list, trying to quickly find information, visually navigating, like they're going to be there a while. Or if they go into the SharePoint site and the document library that supports it, and again, I don't want them visually scanning through there. It's not the best use of their time. But if I create a link in that list, they are for sure going to hit the right person, the right case information, the right issue in our case here. And that will add some value to them. So I'm going to the underlying SharePoint site so you can see it. This is what's sitting behind Teams. And so here's the general folder, so that, think the general channel in Teams. Every channel in Teams has an associated folder inside of the document library in the hosting site. So this is why I'm putting general. That's the channel I want it to go to, /folder name. And so when it creates it, it'll go to SharePoint site, share document library name, general folder, and then it'll create that new folder name. So I'm going to do a manual test just to get the folder created, just to make sure the first half is working. I'll hop back into Microsoft Lists. I'll create a new item. And we'll look over to Power Automate and we'll see that it created it correctly. And now I'll go into the document library inside the general folder, and we'll see that the test issue that I created was successfully created the folder. But now I need to bring that link back into the site, and it's not as easy as you would like. We have to use a special Power Automate action called the send an HTTP request to SharePoint. And now, I'm not a developer, but now we're into the business of this. Essentially, we're doing Graph API calls using this very nice front end. And so I will set it to the site address that we've been using throughout. And then there's methods. Perhaps if you're a developer, you've done work in Graph, you'll know this stuff better than I do. We're going to post a transaction to the site. We have a URI that I'll just paste in here. If I can just pause it, we can see that we're calling the API. We're going to the web. We're going to the list. We're looking for the list called issue tracker. And then inside of the issue tracker, we're trying to find the item with the ID that I've specified dynamically. And now we'll get into the business of plopping in the headers and the body information. Headers are pretty standard. I just switched it over to text so I can just paste in. And now the body is a bit more trickier. And there's enough documentation on the web to learn how to do this, but I do have this covered off in a number of my blogs. So I'm just going to put in the dynamic information and try and explain what the body is doing. And so we see that the metadata is describing that we're manipulating SharePoint. Here's the list name. So our issue space tracker is the name, but you'll notice the title, which I'm moving my mouse over, is just a simple space. But when we get into the body call, we have to use the internal name of the list. So this underscore x0020 underscore, that's how SharePoint, unfortunately, converts spaces. In a web browser, you would expect to see a %20. In SharePoint, internal for column names, list names, this is the business we get. Folder location is the name. Even though I did put a space in it behind the scenes, it removed the space. That's great. The description. This is going to be the friendly name, like the vanity URL, if you will, of the link. And here's the link to the item. This is a piece of dynamic data that we're pulling from the create new folder action that we did previously. And so if all goes well and we test, save and test, we will create another folder, and then we will grab that transactional information about the folder create, use that that variable folder name that we pieced together, and plug that into our new folder location name as a clickable link for our users. Okay, so that's there. I'll do a refresh. There's our new issue, test issue 1. And I look on my list and we see test issue 1. If I click into that, it brings us into the SharePoint experience, but this is our folder. This is one of those things where you're putting up essentially a guardrail for your users, so they won't accidentally put or look up information from the wrong folder. This virtual pointer is the path that they need to follow to get to their work. And so at volume, at scale, or where situations where the data is highly sensitive, this is a great way of protecting your users from inadvertently updating the wrong file, going to the wrong location. Think of all the people with the same names in your own organizations. Think of the John Smiths of the world. You can't assume that John Smith 1 is not the same as John Smith number 5. Like, you need to have a physical connection between the two of them, and this is a great way of doing it. So I said earlier that the due date was going to be our anchor point where we would do more automation and add value. And so there's many ways of sending information to users. Emails has been a traditional way of people of sending out reminders. This is especially good in situations where teams are cross-departmental, interdepartmental collaboration, and you need to send a message out. But in this case, we're working in teams. This is our, since March, this is now everyone's virtual work office as we've gone into this pandemic lockdown. So the more we can bring into Teams for our users, the less they have to come out of that experience, and we remove some of the friction. So I'm going to build upon our daily issue tracker flow, the one that will run once a day to calculate the days old, and we'll add more functionality here. So what I'm doing is, let me pause this so I can talk through this expression. So I've added a new variable, and let me just rewind just a titch. And what I want to do is take today's date, which is UTC now, and then I want to add 2 weeks to it. This is the add days expression to today's date, UTC now, 14 days, and then format it in a way that is friendly. And so this will be our reminder date. And so any issue that's due in 14 days, I want to send a notice to the owner. So I'm doing a test here. I want to get the date And then I'm going to, trick my list and manually set a date so we can see what's happening there. So we've got the output. Let's see what it gives us. So 321 is the date that I need to plug in. So I'll just arbitrarily grab one of the issue items. I'll come into this awesome form that comes default into Microsoft Lists, which you can easily update without having to get into this business of Power Apps, which is a great platform, but not all users want to invest the time. So lots to do on that front. Here we go. We've got our date. We've got our test row set. And now we're going to go back to SharePoint, get items, and we're going to find any entry where that date matches our reminder date. So here I go again. I'm copying the SharePoint list name. And it's in this type of flow where you can see the value of taking the time to rename. We have multiple get items actions on the screen. One is going after the days old column. The other one's going after reminders or setting reminders and calculating days old. You need some way that you, especially, and your colleagues who might be supporting your work can follow the logic of what you're doing. Renaming an action will help clarity as you're coming through and setting dynamic values. Another thing that you can do is, I need to pause to explain that. The other thing that you can do is use comments. So just before the test runs, I want to say what we've done. So excuse me, we're going to our issue tracker list, and now we're looking again towards our good friend filter query using OData commands. Due date, this is the column we created. This is our anchor point. It must be equal to the reminder date. So that, I think that was March 21 in our example. But what you may or may not be able to see on the screen because of the resolution are those single quotes that encompass this. Is so important, and because it's so small, it's easy to miss them. So we do another test. We're going to get into this business of click download results just to make sure we're getting something back, because if we don't, then I've done something wrong. So here we go, a bunch of gobbledygook. If you read between the lines of everything that was there, you will see that I did actually get the row back that I was looking for. So next business. Again, I'm sending a reminder to Teams. So I'm going to use the Teams Power Automate actions, and there's a lot of them. It is a heavy investment, as you are probably aware of Microsoft. And it's not just in the front end tool, it's also the things that support it. So the Power Automate actions are growing. The access to new Graph API endpoints is always coming out. It's like Teams has got an amazing growth trajectory, and the investment that Microsoft is putting into it is just amazing. And it's not just the tooling, it's also the user adoption. I can tell you that if you go onto like the Microsoft tech community and you post a question about Teams, that Microsoft is watching that, and they're making sure that the right people are getting out there to answer. Doesn't replace a support call, of course, but we're trying to get community members to do that. And so here we are. We're going to post a message to our user as the Flowbot. So we grab that dynamic information of who it's assigned to, and then we start, a static message supplemented with some dynamic information. And we'll do that, and we'll say, reminder issue name is due on, the 30-day date from now. I click done. Let's let that run. So once a day, if something was coming due in 2 weeks, our users would get a message. So we see in my chat window, and we see it here, third-party app support is due on March 21st. What a great way to extend the functionality of that list to give your users an opportunity to intervene on things before they expire or before it's too late. You are probably like me and like everyone else. You're just so busy. Any opportunity you get to bring value through automation where someone can give you a reminder that you need to do something is worth your while and is worth the ad. One of the last demos that I want to do is the ability to archive list items. And so what we'll do is we'll create another list. And this time we'll build it from an existing list. And so in this case, we're just cloning the issue tracker. This flow is is interesting, and I've come across it in the real world because we have issues or other types of business processes where they might change state. And by state, I mean they move out of one area, and let's say it's a prospective customer turns into a customer. So, maybe they don't need to be in the pre-sales list, but they need to move over to the customers list. So in this way, we can move the right metadata over and then, either hide, delete, or whatever you think is appropriate, the source list. So this is a great Power Automate pattern in list for dealing with changes in state, where one bit of information needs to move over to another to continue down that process. So what I've done is I need to rewind just a sec, because I think I glossed over it too quickly here. Bear with me. Here we go. This is the part I wanted to make. So this is called an instant flow. So this means that it's like a button transaction. It could be on a PowerApps. It could be on a number of things. It could be on the Power Automate app on your phone. And the trigger here is like you are physically pressing a button. You are physically doing something that initiates that. And so in our case, we're saying for a selected item in SharePoint, run this command. So let's continue the demo. So for the selected item, then I'm going to copy my issue tracker site address again. Oops, goofed up the Zoom. Let me fix that. All right, so we'll point it back to my list. And I used the wrong URL, so let me update that. Sorry about that, folks. Let's do the issue tracker. Issue tracker is our source, so I'm going to rename it accordingly. Going to do another SharePoint get item. So in our flow, our trigger is to, we're pressing the button and it's giving us just like the ID, maybe the title, but it doesn't give us the full data set. And in this case, we need the full row of data. So we're going to do another SharePoint action where we get the full item. And here, we're always pointing it back to our SharePoint site, our list name, but the ID with the asterisk that you see with the red, that is going to come from our selected item. So here we go. And so now that is going to give us all the information we need. It's the full contents of the row inside of the list. And now we're going to do another action, another SharePoint, and this will be a create item. And so this will be towards our destination. So our issue tracker archive. Here we go. It'd be the same site, but this could be cross-site collection if you had the right permissions to do so. Here we go. I first saw this working in higher education, and they had case type of information that was going from short-term to long-term states, and this was the great way to achieve it. And I've also seen it in other situations where people need to remove the item from the current operational list and move it into a historical archive. So they want to delete it without doing that full delete. They still want the ability to retrieve that information for audit purposes. So again, just like we imported Excel, we're lining up our columns. We don't have to do anything fancy with Excel dates this time out. We're going list to list, so it should be fine. And if you're in the Power App space, you're probably familiar with doing these button flows. They're literally just the tooling that sits behind those buttons that go off and do automation for you. I've seen people use Power Automate mobile app to create button flows. So instead of creating a front end, let's say you had to submit a picture to an accident claims or an incident claims thing, you just have the flow, and it's like this nice interface. You take the picture, you press the button, you attach it, and boom, off it goes, and it does all the work. So it's lists is like that. It's not every business process needs a traditionally developed application. You can use something like lists. You empower your users. Lists is the application platform that they're using, and the data is the tooling. And so in the flow, what we're seeing here is that I've created the new item, and now I'm going to go back and delete it out of the source. So I'm making a point of naming things source and destination just to make sure I understand where things are going. So it will look like it's moved, but really what it's done is it's done a copy, it's done a create, and then it's done a delete. Save. And one of the nice things is I don't actually have to create a button. So we see that my destination list is issue tracker archive. It's empty. And I'm just going to pause. As you click automate, you get a number of options. Request sign off is something that comes delivered with any list right now, and it will create a workflow for you and ask someone to approve something. Set reminder will do the same thing. It can say, remind me of this column on this date, and a bunch of other stuff. And you see rules, manage rules, Power Automate. This is that modernization investment that you're getting into lists from Microsoft. But what you will see in the middle, it's issue tracker archive. That's the name of the flow we just created. So any button flow associated to a list will show up here. So I don't have to I'm giving my users a tool through configuration without having to build a button for them. So you can see the flow is started. Give that a second to run. And if I go over to my archive, we'll see that this duplicate entry was moved. And if I just do a screen refresh, it's gone. So lots of functionality we're extending. And there's so much more that you can do out of the box on that front. So, what did we do? We took Microsoft lists, we put it in the context of our team. Microsoft likes to call teams the hub for teamwork. And that really is true. I mean, I don't think I spend time outside of Teams ever since the quarantine and COVID came down in March. Having my work inside of Teams and extending the functionality of Teams is a great thing to do for users. Not everyone has ultra-wide monitors, multiple monitors. A single screen with all the work in there without having to tab out or go to a different window adds value to users just by doing that. We took Microsoft Lists, added it as an app to our team. We took that delivered issue tracker template where others have invested the thought, the energy into building out a really good starting point that meets most people's needs. And then we looked at customizing it to suit our needs. So here we are, and as I'm just playing through, we've taken this base list, and again, we found a shortcoming or two that we addressed for our purposes. We import data, great opportunity for repeating this process to move data around as an integration. We've done things like add the due date to create an anchor point and added column formatting to it. It gives people a point to work to. It's a very realistic thing to add to the list. Days old are new, has more logic to it, and only calculates going forward. We have this folder location, a very user-friendly way and a guardrail, as I called it before, to get users from that source list over to that document collaboration area safely. We have that archive button that we saw, and we've really extended something quite small, and honestly, we could continue this. One of the great things is that we've given our users opportunity for intervention before things are due or expire by sending them a friendly reminder to get them ahead of that issue. And so by using the out-of-the-box experience with an eye on configuration over customization, we've really extended Issue Tracker. And is it the ultimate issue tracker? Oh, I don't know, but I do know that I was able to use tools at my disposal to add a tremendous amount of value to let my users work on what's important, not the platform, but getting the job done. And so I hope that you can also find opportunities to bring value to your customers by using these out-of-the-box experience, by understanding their needs and bringing things forward. So I'm probably coming up to the end of my time. Thank you for listening. Stephen, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them now or offline. That's fine. But thank you again for having me. One last thing. Always happy to connect with people. Find me on my blog site, normyoung.ca, LinkedIn, or Twitter. Happy to get connected and hear about what you're doing with Listen, Power, Automate. Thank you.
All right, Norm, that was a great sessions. I really loved it. Went all over my head. I'm not from this field, but there are a few questions that you may like to go ahead and answer. It's from Erwin. He says, using MS List, can we import from Excel and view again using default if the item to be imported is more than 5,000 items? Current SPO list view limit is, I think, 5,000.
Yes, I believe you just have to turn on the paging feature in the Excel option. I had a question on that on my blog the other week, and I was going to take that away to test, but I believe you just have to turn on paging, which is in the action of the Excel action.
So I hope that helps. The other one is from It's Me Inspiron. Okay, how would you implement if there was an SLA requirement?
I would have to understand what the SLA requirement is. But if it was based on time, let's say to time to resolution, then you would simply have a daily timer job go out, just like the days old new calculation. You would be calculating against that SLA period. Great question.
I hope that answers to that person. So thank you so much, Norm. Thank you. That was a great session. We always love to host you, and we would, as I always say, we would love to have you back. and let's stay connected. And thank you so much, and have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great day, everyone.
Bye. All right, with that, we move to our final session of the day, and I'm so excited for this session too. This is going to be an introduction to Dataverse inside of Power Automate, and it's going to be by David Patrick. David has been on other CSharpCorner conference, but unfortunately, I've never had a chance to host him, so I'm really excited for today's sessions. Quick intro about David. Dave has been developing Dataverse application for over 30 years. I mean, I was just reading, I was like, 30 years, I was not even born, and maybe my parents were in college. Hilarious. So he's an MCD since 2001 and has taught many classes from intro to visual dev to advanced SharePoint. He is a 4 times Microsoft MVP and runs various user groups. He also has trainings, developments for DSA, DoD contract, and many other great stuff. So let me go ahead and invite our final speaker of the day, David Patrick. Hi, David. Welcome to Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, Simon. How's it going? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. I really appreciate it. The other day we had Sarah Patrick, and she delivered a very great session. So
I think
you
I
didn't
know
have a
her.
tough time.
Yes, she's a tough act to follow for sure.
Yeah. So how's life there, and how are things going on?
Things are busy. It's a lot of, keep with my day job as a DoD contractor. They're keeping me busy during the evenings. I'm teaching at 3 different universities, so life is busy.
Yeah, I mean, it's lucky that we are busy, right? It's good to be busy.
Good to be busy.
Yeah, exactly. So, David, today you're gonna talk about Dataverse. A quick intro of what is Dataverse. Is it like an AI, or it's a data science? What is it actually?
Well, that's funny. I mean, that's what this talk is about. It's basically it's a cloud database. It's central, and what we're gonna find out in the talk is why you'd want to use it and how you would use it.
All right, so I won't take much of your time, David, and I already have your screen shared now, so that's perfect. I'm added to the screen. Everyone can see it now, and next 40, 45 minutes or 15 minutes an hour, it's all yours.
Great, thanks. Welcome, everyone. As Simon mentioned, my name is Dave Patrick. This is my talk, Introduction to Dataverse inside of Power Automate. I'd like to thank our sponsors. Without those folks, this wouldn't be possible. We really appreciate CSharpCorner, Mindcracker, everyone that's really helped out. What is that? MC something solutions. Apologize, but really these folks have made this available. Made it not free, even though it's free to attend. It's not free. And by the way, we are running that fundraiser. So check out the donate here. I put up a cool little link to find it easily. If you go there and you have some funds to donate, they'd really appreciate it. So again, I've been doing this talk for a little while. When I first started it out, it used to be called Intro to CDS. And then Microsoft, as they like to do, changed the name. Then it was Intro for about a minute. It was Intro to DataFlex Pro, and then changed the mind on that. Now it's Intro to Dataverse inside of, wait a minute, it's not Microsoft Flow anymore. It's now called Power Automate, which contains Flow. So there's a reason I left this up there. As we go through some of the demos, you'll see in a couple of places the old naming convention still persists. So it's important to kind of know the history, so that when you see certain terms, you go, oh no, okay, we're still in Dataverse. It's just they haven't gotten around to changing that part yet. So as I mentioned, what is Dataverse? Why would you want to use it? And then how would you use it in a flow with Power Automate? These are my 3 main takeaways. After this talk, I'd like you to understand what it is, central database out in the cloud, why you want to use it, how easy it is to use, how it helps you centralize your data. And then I'm a big hands-on person. Whenever I teach any of the courses at the university, I'm always saying, it's better if you actually do it. Let's get your hands on, let's try it, let's do a lab, let's do a tutorial, let's walk through and actually write some code. Or in this case, this is one of those low-code, no-code solutions. Let's configure something and see it run. That I think really helps to, doing the how helps with the why and the what. So as I mentioned, used to be Common Data Service, so we crossed that out. Now it's Dataverse. It's no longer DataFlex Pro. It is Dataverse. Again, just hammering the point home that we have changed the name, but we've settled on Dataverse now, so that's exciting. If you want more information on that, you can go to this link, and it will have tons of information. We're actually going to reference some of the information. This information, some of the tutorials and hands-on labs and exam prep is all part of Microsoft Learn. So Microsoft Learn is a great link out there on the Microsoft sites. It's more than just documentation. Like I mentioned, it's exam prep, tutorials. Sometimes you have sandboxes you can use. So I'm going to reference some of that when we go through some of the information that we're talking about today. So Dataverse is part of the Microsoft Power Platform. I mentioned low-code platform. It talks to Office 365. It talks to Azure. It talks to Dynamics 365. It can talk to your standalone applications. It works well with Power BI. It's integrated with Power Apps, Power Automate, the new Power Virtual Agents. All of that know about Dataverse. And it's one of those, you've got different data connectors you can use to talk between the different data sources. There's the AI builder that's out there that plays nice with all this. And of course, Dataverse is one of the main components. So what is the Dataverse? Again, it used to be called the Microsoft or the Common Data Service. It's been renamed. They even put a note on their Microsoft Learn homepage about what is Dataverse to let you know that we're updating the articles to reflect the latest technology. One of the things they mention here is that Dataverse lets you securely store and manage your data. So your business applications have a place to centrally locate the data using the cloud securely. They do this through, role-based access. The data is stored in a set of what they're now calling tables, which I think is a real user-friendly term. Previously, they called them entities. If you're in the data administration, data design space, relational databases and all that, entities and attributes, that's, you're very familiar with that. But for some users that are just new to this, those power users, a table makes more sense. So a table, entity, really the same thing. Fields, attributes, same thing. Column, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about data that goes in like an Excel spreadsheet. You're going to have things like your name, your age, your salary. These are all attributes of a table, which might be the employee table or a customer table or an account table. Dataverse has a base set of standard tables that covers most of your typical scenarios like account, customer, employee. You can also create your own. I make my students create their own custom entities or custom tables. They might create like a pet. In fact, I think we'll do that in one of our demos. We'll create a pet entity to keep track of the employee's pets or the customer's pets. So even if the typical standard tables don't meet your needs, you can extend Dataverse with your own custom tables. This is an example of what Dataverse looks like. I talked about getting hands-on and actually seeing, going to the portal. So in this particular view, we're looking at the PowerApps portal, and I've clicked over on the left-hand navigation. Under data, it used to be called entities. This has been renamed. Now it's going to be tables. When we do the actual demo, you see it says tables now. But this shows you all the different out of the box, the standard, as well as if there was any custom. We don't see any custom ones, but the standard entities here, things like account and address, and other ones too. There's a bunch that support the AI Builder tool set. So when you go to your Dataverse and you have your database first created, you can have all these standard entities available to you. Once you click on one of those entities or tables, you will have the columns or fields or attributes. Things like the account name, which might be identified as the primary field, the unique identifier for that for a row in that, for an account in the account table. Account number, address, name, latitude, longitude. All these are attributes that are part of an entity or table in Dataverse. So why would you use this? So the first thing I mentioned, very easy to manage. You've got the metadata and the data stored in the cloud in one central place. Now, wait a minute. Dave, you said metadata. What the heck is metadata? Let me back up. Metadata is that data about data, right? So if we've got the account table and we have, what's part of an account record? Well, the account name is part of that record. That's a piece of metadata. The account number is also a piece of metadata. What about, is that text? Is that a number? Well, that's additional metadata, right? Oh, maybe it's an option, or maybe it's a number. Maybe it's unique. Whatever the different data types, whether it's required or optional, whether it's searchable, all that is metadata about your data, and it's all in one place. That's why Dataverse is so easy to manage and easy to use. Another reason, easy to secure. Data stored using Microsoft Cloud technology. You've got role-based security, so you can control access to the table for different users. You can have some users that have read-write, some only have read. Whatever configuration you need, it's available to very easily to create using your Dataverse. Another reason, accessing your data using 365. If you're using Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, which is Microsoft's set of financial applications, customer relationship management, inventory management, those typical applications. I used to be a Microsoft Great Plains MVP, so I used to work in this field a lot. A lot of companies, very popular, use these tools and they want to access that data in other places. For example, maybe you're using Dynamics 365 to keep track of all your accounts, and you'd like to grab some of that data and put it somewhere else, maybe in a SharePoint list to make it easily accessible to users that aren't using your Dynamics 365 applications. You can do that using some of the tools and techniques we talk about, using a flow that talks to Dataverse and pulls that data out. So again, really easy access to that data. Some other reasons, rich metadata. So not just numbers and strings. You can have numbers, you can have choices, you can have required and optional, just a lot of different data types, a lot of different kinds of relationships, one to many, many to many, different kinds of rich set of metadata within Power Apps. Logic and validation, you can do things like define calculated columns, create business rules for validating, hey, is this address an actual real address? Is this phone number match the format a phone number should match? You can have workflows, hey, a new account's been created, let's go alert somebody, business process flows to make sure the data is quality and not remove any inconsistencies or inaccuracies. So really, really flexible in the sense that you can build this logic around your data. And then finally, productivity tools. So things like Microsoft Access. I know there's people out there that love Microsoft Access, and we're able to use that. There's actually add-ins built into Microsoft Access or that were created that are easily activated in Microsoft Access to talk to things like data in Dataverse, and we'll do a demo of that. So a lot of great reasons why we want to use Dataverse. Now let's talk about an example. I mentioned earlier, you could create an automated flow in Dataverse to do something like, if I get a new account, let's go put it into SharePoint so people without a license to Dynamics 365 can see, get notified of that new account. So in order to do that, we need to use a data connector. And there's a bunch of different data connectors. And this article goes through, this is one of those tutorials that I talked about that's part of Microsoft Learn that help us to go through and create this a connector. What you'll do is you'll go into Dataverse and you'll you'll go into Microsoft Power Automate and create a flow that will, when data comes into Dataverse, a new account, for instance, gets created in the Dataverse, we want something to happen. So we have to define what's called a trigger that's going to initiate this action, right? So what triggers are available? Well, in Dataverse, you've got triggers for when a record is selected, created, deleted, updated, and you can choose one, you can choose them all. The interesting thing is this represents the 4 basic database operations, right, known as CRUD, create, read, update, delete. So create is obviously created, read is select, update it, and delete it. And if you haven't heard the term CRUD before, as a database professional, you should learn it. CRUD, create, read, update, delete. Those are the 4 main database operations that any database application should support. And Dataverse absolutely supports that. It has triggers on each one of those. So when you go and you create a new flow and say, I want define a trigger, you can select one or more of those for your trigger for your flow to be triggered from. So let's take a look at this. Let's go out there and do a quick demo. We'll jump out to our Power Automate window. So this is, I went over here to Power Automate, which for those of you who don't know, it's just flow.microsoft.com that redirects to the Power Automate, in my case, the English US version. And this is my portal. I'm logged into my environment, and we'll talk a little bit more about environments in a minute, but you can have multiple environments. So I'm in my developer environment, which is called the environment from my Mad SharePoint tenant. And then in that environment, I can do things like look at the data and look at the table. So earlier I mentioned that on the left-hand side, it was entities, and now it's been updated. So that's good news there. They're making progress getting all the new terms in there. So by clicking on the left-hand side and clicking on tables, it's going to show me all of the tables, also known as entities, that I have in my database. So you see there's the account that we talked about. There's things like activity, address, appointment, all standard ones. Look, I actually added a custom one called for cats. I want to actually keep track of different cats. Looks like I have another custom one for dogs. So depending on what your needs are, what your business requirements are, you can create new tables for your custom entities, or you can use the existing one. So let's look at the account one first. That's the standard one that's existing. I think I have some data in here. The first thing we're going to see when I click on this is it's going to load up that metadata that we talked about. So these are all the columns that are associated with the account, with an account in my accounts table. You can see if there's any relationships that have been defined. You can see there's some one-to-many ones. So, things like, if there's an owner team, might be multiple teams that own this account, any business rules, any views, different views of the account. And we want to see active accounts versus inactive accounts. You can see different forms that are used to interact with the account, like the main form to add a new account or view account data. You can see different dashboards. I didn't define any for this one, but you could define a dashboard to give you things like KPIs, knowledge performance indicators. You can define charts, keys, And then the last one is the actual data. So all this prior to this is sort of the metadata. And then when we finally click that last one, here's the accounts that I have in this particular database. And this is just demo data. When I talk later about how to get started with Dataverse, I'll talk about signing up for a demo account, and one of the options is to load demo data. So this is some of the demo data that I loaded. But yeah, clicking on any one of these, I should be able to edit the record right from the Dataverse portal inside of Power Automate, and I can go in and make changes and look at the data and add new accounts, delete accounts, whatever I need to do. All those create, read, update, delete operations that you would expect to be available in any database, I can do from this portal. So I'll come in here and let's just update this guy. We'll say this is maybe they moved up. Now they're 6th coffee, or no, I guess if they move up, they would go the other way, right? 4th coffee. We're trying to get to be 1st. Right now they're 4th. So let's go ahead and save and close that. That's how easy it is to go in there and be able to access one of the entities, one of the records in my account table, make a change using the Dataverse portal inside of Power. I said I got here from Flow, but you'll notice that when I clicked on data from Flow, it did redirect my URL to the Power Apps portal. So that's the integration that we talked about. Power Apps and Flow are so integrated that even if you go to Flow first and then you click on data, it's going to move me over to the Power Apps portal. Just because they all work together, they're all pointing at the same set of data, right? So I come here to Flow. As soon as I click on data, it's going to take me in my URL to Power Apps. So just be aware that it's not like I did, there's any sleight of hand there. That's the integration that makes everything so kind of smooth and run pretty easy. All right, so let's go and let's see, grab this guy here. Let's go and create a new flow. So we'll come over here to our flows and see if I've got any flows already created. What I want to do, again, taking that scenario of a manager came to me and said, Dave, every time a new account shows up in Great Plains, all the people who use Great Plains knows about it, but we'd like some of these other users that don't use Great Plains to be aware. Can you put that data out on SharePoint? Yes, I can do that. So I'll use Flow inside Power Automate to make that happen. I'll come in here and I'll do a new flow. And what I'm going to do is you'll see if you've never created a new flow before, there's lots of different options. And this can be a little overwhelming. It's great, lots of power, lots of flexibility, but the con to this is that sometimes you're like, wow, where do I start? So there's templates you can start from. This is really nice when you're not sure, all the actions that you need to do, what triggers, what actions, and you can read through these. You can see, oh, there's one for posting MSN weather, there's one for integrating with Outlook, there's one for integrating with Gmail. So again, great to have all this flexibility, a little overwhelming, right? Sometimes you have to kind of, hey, I'm just trying to do something from SharePoint, and this helps a little bit by filtering some of the things you can do. It'll filter some of those templates, or I'm going to type that here, SharePoint. You could also do, but it's a little tricky, and the reason I point this out, so let's put in Dataverse and see what comes up. So we got a couple here, email, blah, 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 blah. Let's keep it simple. We're going to come back to our flows, and we're going to just create one from blank. The particular example, oh yeah, it said it couldn't find any matches based on Dataverse. It hasn't quite been updated yet. So let's go create a new flow. We're going to create it from blank. We're actually going to create an automated cloud flow. And automated means it's going to be triggered by some action. In this case, it's going to be triggered when someone creates a new account. We could also do an instant cloud flow, where someone requests the flow to manually starts the flow. You can do one based on a date and time, a scheduled flow. You could do a desktop-based flow or a business flow. We're going to just do an automated cloud flow, and we'll give this a name. We'll call this new account notification. And now we say, okay, what's the trigger? And we mentioned we want this whenever someone adds a new account. So the tricky part here is to figure out, well, if I type account, that's not really going to do it. Oh, I know, it's Dataverse, right? So I'll type in Dataverse here and look for any triggers based on Dataverse. So again, this is in those situations where the documentation, or in this case, the tools are not quite up to date. So if I type common data, I'm going to get the actual triggers I'm looking for. Remember, common data service is Dataverse. So when the record's deleted, well, that's not what I want, but that is one of the 4. When the record's updated, when the record's created, there's the one I want, right? When a record gets created, I want to do something. I want to create a new item in SharePoint. So let's select that one. We're going to create that. So now the next step is we're going to say, what environment are we reading data from? And I mentioned earlier that I was in my development environment, so I'm going to make sure I match that, right? I'm in the David Patrick environment, so down here when we pick environments, it's got to be the same one. Now later when I move this to production, I'll have to obviously make sure they're both, match SharePoint. So just be, during development, make sure you pick the right environment that you're working in, the same environment that you started out in. So the data that I was looking at was from David Patrick's here, and with my flow, I'm going to read from that same environment. The next thing is to choose one of the, and then here's another example where it used to, we know it's table now, but this still says entity. So we just got to remember that, the terms table is the same as entity. So what entity do we want? We want accounts. And then finally, what scope do we want this to? Is this just for a single business unit, a single organization, a child, child business unit, or one user? I want this for everyone, right? So I want this from anyone in my organization. If they add a new account, this is going to trigger this flow. So now the next thing, I've got my trigger configured, is to configure an action. When in flows, you have triggers and then you have actions. This, when a record gets created, what are we going to do? We said we were going to put a new item in a SharePoint list that someone can see. So we'll go and, again, kind of overwhelmed by all the choices here, but again, we can type in SharePoint and find just, SharePoint action. So in this case, example, we can scroll down here. We can see, what are some of the different actions and what might we want to do. In our case, we said we want to create a new item, so that's what we're looking for there. Creating a new item, it doesn't say new, but creating an item in SharePoint, and that's the actual action that we want. So go ahead and select that. And it's going to come up and say, okay, what address do you want to connect against and what list do you want to connect against? Now, if we want to go against an existing SharePoint server, we can go ahead and choose some, and I've got one called accounts already. I got a whole bunch of others, but let's go create a new one. Let's pretend this is a new requirement. So I'm going to go out to my SharePoint site. This is my SharePoint site, Mad SharePoint, and I'm going to create a brand new subsite that's going to contain these new account notifications. So I'm going to go out to my site contents and create a new subsite. And we'll go subsites, and we'll create new. And we'll call this, again, new account notifications. Abbreviate NAN. If you've never created a subsite or in SharePoint, you've got different templates you can choose from: team site, project site. I'll keep it simple. We'll just go with team site. Same permissions, all looks good. We can always change this later if we need to. So I'm just creating a new subsite on my SharePoint Online instance, and it doesn't have to be a SharePoint Online instance. I could have used an on-premises. I could have used a different tenant, but in this case, I made it the same tenant to just keep everything pretty simple. So in this new site, I'm going to add a new list. So typically in the classic SharePoint, I might go over to site settings and do add an app. And that's fine, because when it comes up with add an app, it's really apps or lists. It's always been a pet peeve of mine, though, because apps are slightly different than lists. What I do like is now here, I can actually say, oh, I want an app or I want a list. So in this case, we want a new list. And what list are we going to create? We're going to create, we'll just do a custom list. We'll do a blank list. This would be new account notifications, new accounts. It's new accounts. And create. And when I create a brand new list in SharePoint, it's going to give me what? A title column, an ID column that's hidden. Maybe I'll add one more column, right? I've got one column now. That's the name, the title that'll represent the name of the account. And maybe I want to know like the phone number, right? So we'll add one more single line of text that'll just represent the account phone number. And do that and save that. All right, so we've got a real simple list that's going to be who the account is and what their account phone number is. So now we can tell our SharePoint folks, go to this list. Whenever we hire up a new account, whenever we get a new account in Dynamics, Flow will run and it'll put it here. So let's make that happen. So back to our flow. Now we've got that site address. Let's go grab that. So here's a site. We don't need the whole thing. We just need this new subsite URL. So I'll grab that. and we'll paste that in here. Now notice it's not, if I scroll through here, you won't see that because the trigger, when I first created it, it went out there and it looked at my existing sites and it enumerated through them. It says this is, here's your choices. That's okay. I can put in a new one. It's going to now go and look at that site, make a call to that, and then verify it's actually a site. Let's go out there. Let's try that again. Custom value. Oh, I forgot. I have to make sure I say custom value. So that tells Flow, hey, this is a new, this is a new, not in the list. You've got to go visit it and then get a list of any list that I can access. And that's what happened there. But when I put in this new address, it did go out there and it said, oh, there is a bunch of, well, there's not a bunch. There's one list that you can use, new accounts. So that's what I want. So we'll go ahead and select that. Any advanced options. If I needed to limit the columns, maybe there's too many columns, I could use a view to not access all the columns. This is what I'm really interested in. What am I going to put in the title when this new item gets created? This trigger saying create a new item. What are you going to put in the title, and what are you going to put in that other field I created, the account phone? So in the title, I want the account name. So notice under here it says account dynamic content. These are all those columns, also known as attributes, that from my table / entity. So you've got things like the account name, the account number, the city that is in their address. So I want the account name. Let's go pick that. And I'm going to map that to title. And I also said I want the account phone number. So that's a little trickier. Let's type phone and see if we can find phone in this list. There's a lot of choices. There's address 1 phone, address 2 phone. And sometimes it's, when I first did this, I picked the first phone, and then when I entered new data, it didn't show up because it wasn't really the first phone. The form that I was using to enter data was actually showing the main phone. So through trial and error, I learned this is the phone I want to choose if I want the phone that's on the main form. So we'll go ahead and select address phone to put into the main phone. So that looks good. We'll go ahead and save that. And now we have our flow fully filled out. What environment, which table / entity, who's this for? It's ready to go. We recommend you test it. So let's go ahead. Now there's a couple things up here that are kind of neat. This flow checker is cool. It'll help me to make sure I've got all my inputs put in there correctly. So if I had left something blank, it might have showed an error or a warning, but I filled in everything, so no problem. It would give me a little red dot if it was a problem. The other thing is this test, which says, hey, prep this to go. We're ready to test it. So let's do that and say, hey, we're ready to test this. We're going to manually perform the action. So I'm going to go out there into Dataverse and enter a new account that will trigger this flow. If I had run this flow previously, I could do an automatic test and reuse a previous run. This is the very first time I'm doing it, so there's no previous runs to do. But that helps. That way you're not constantly entering new test data just to test out your flow. You can just run it over and over again with the previous values in a previous flow. So we're going to start off manually. Let's go ahead and we're going to test it. So back out to our portal, and there's our account data. Let's add a new record. So we're going to add a record, and let's see. So we got a new account. Maybe we're working with McDonald's now, right? It's near lunchtime. I'm thinking of food. So McDonald's sounds good. We're going to go and add the McDonald's account. And their phone number is 555-1234. And what's their area code? There we go. All right. And then I can fill out all the other information. We're keeping it real simple. Let's go ahead and save that. If everything was put together correctly, we had this new account in our Dataverse, which shares the data with Dynamic CRM. It should have gone to our flow and kicked off a new flow. So let's go see. Let's go to our flow overview page. This shows us the name of the flow, who created it, what the status it's on. We didn't turn it off. Who it connects to, the different connections. And down here, we'll see the runs. Now, it does take a minute. I just created this. Oh, there it goes. There's my first run, and it was succeeded. It took about a second. Awesome. And if I really want, I can click on that and get even more details about the run. I can see things like the inputs, what environment did it go against, what entity or table did it go against. It actually has the output shown in JSON notation. If you're not familiar with JSON, JavaScript object notation, it's basically attribute value pairs in this, curly bracket, quoted, delimited notation here, but this is helpful sometimes. When I was looking, when the first time I did this and the phone number was, I went into the JavaScript and I saw that the phone number was blank because I had chosen the wrong phone number and I had to go back and do it. So sometimes it's helpful to go through and look at the, and see what data is being passed. And you get similar information down here of to the action. What site did it use? Which list did it use? What data actually got put into the list, and who was it put in there by? So really great information. When it works, maybe not that useful. When it doesn't work, definitely useful to go in here and help you debug what might have went wrong. So let's see in SharePoint, did it add? There it is. So there's a new McDonald's. Oh, look, I did get the account phone. Did I mess up on the phone? Maybe I chose the wrong phone. I said I messed up last time. Maybe I messed up this time. So refreshing here, it looks like I got the wrong phone. Let's go see what went wrong with that. So back to our flow and see if we can see where the phone went wrong. So let's edit our flow. Let's look at the mapping that we did. Oh, look at that. So when I you can see it says address 1 telephone. So that's not the one we want. Let's get rid of that. We want the main phone. How I chose the other one. That's the main phone, right? What did I so before I chose address phone, but I meant to choose main phone. But again, a great way to debug, right? Now, I guess what I could have done is gone into that JSON and seen that was blank. I kind of glossed over that. But yeah, so after we ran our flow, we did our test, the flow executed successfully, but it did not fulfill the requirement. In this case, we thought the phone number should have came through. We didn't. So we had to go back through, make a change. Now let's rerun it. So everything's still looking good. Let's do a test. And this time we're going to do it automatically with the data that we just did previously. So we don't have to go and enter a new record. Let's go run that test. Looks like it's running okay. Give it a second. That loan also looks running. Now let's go into those outputs and make sure the phone came through okay. We want to go over here to the. There we go. So now we can see in the body in the JSON that the phone number actually was passed as expected. And if we go over here to the second run, look at that. Yay, we created our flow. We did it wrong the first time. Then we fixed it. We did it right the second time. All right, that's exciting news. What are some other things that we can do with flow? I mentioned you can create new entities. So if in our list of tables, and I keep using tables and entities interchangeably, but if I've got a new table I need to keep track of, I can certainly come in here and say, hey, they want me to keep track of bonuses. So let's go in here and create a new bonus, right? Different bonuses that people have. Notice I gave it the display name of bonus, and it comes up with a plural name. The account, the database gurus out there, love that. Hey, you should use singular for the table name, whatever. So there's my bonus. This is also bonuses. We're going to create the bonus name will be the main display. Notice it uses a special prefix that indicates it's custom. I can choose whether I want to enable attachments or not with this particular one. Maybe there's a letter or a picture that, this is why this person's getting a bonus. And then there's all sorts of other settings I can fill out if I need to. We'll go ahead and just create that, just to give you an example of what a brand new entity or table might look like. So there we are. We've created our new bonus. It's got just one column. If it had some additional columns, I could go into that and add additional columns. So we could come, in fact, there are some standard columns that come along. This is that system metadata, right? Things like who it was created by, when it was created on, who it was modified by. So there's some standard system data that you're going to get with any table that you add. But if I wanted to add a new column, I could come in here and say, the bonus is, maybe the reason for the bonus. So that's optional. So maybe we just give people a bonus, or maybe we make it required, right? Because you don't be giving bonuses for no reason. So whatever, why did you give this bonus type of thing? Like that. So just like if we were designing, the set of data that we want to capture, I was going to say doing database design. This is very similar if you're familiar with database design in other systems like Microsoft Access or SQL Server. We're coming in here and we're, creating these new tables and adding columns to the table and defining whether they're required or optional and the different data types and all that good stuff. So Dataverse has all that capability that if you're familiar with those other types of data design tools, they're all available in Dataverse. So let's go in and look at this data using one of our favorite tools, which is Microsoft Excel. So back to my set of tables, let's use accounts because I didn't enter in. Well, let me show you entering a new bonus and then we'll come back. So if I wanted to enter a new bonus here, we could come to our data and now we could add some bonuses. And let's go, let's do data. Let's edit in Excel if we can. So we'll open this up in Excel. So when I click open in Excel, what it's doing is it's opening an Excel document that has an add-in that's smart and knows how to talk to Dataverse. It's also even configured with my credentials and it's connected. So Excel popped up over my other screen. I'll just drag it over here and I'll enable editing. This is the Dataverse add-in for Excel that's going to, now that I enabled it, is going to go and load. It's going to try to sign into Dataverse or PowerApps or Flow, the whole Office 365 environment. And then it's going to connect to my environment, specifically to the bonus name entity or table that I just created. And that's what it's doing here as this little wheel spins. It made that connection. So let's add a few records here. We'll go ahead and click new and add, we'll say there, and maybe what we'll do is we'll define, we'll just say, there's $1,000 bonus. And this is for, showing up on time. I can't spell. Maybe there's a $500 bonus for giving a talk. Maybe there's a $250 bonus for passing an exam. And you get the idea. So we can make up these bonuses here. I put that in the wrong column. There we go. And the different reasons. Oops, spell that. Once I've added my records, I can post them or publish them to Dataverse, right? So I'll go ahead and say publish. It went out there. And this is one of the things that surprises people. A lot of times when you're working with data in Microsoft Excel, it's read-only. You pull data down and you play with it. You do different graphs, but you never write data back. There are some situations where you can. Simon Miss, my daughter Sarah, she showed me not too long ago how you can, there's an add-in in Excel to take data and create a new SharePoint list. It's not really an add-in, it's up in the ribbon. The secret is you have to create the table first and then it knows how to send that up to SharePoint. But this is another situation where you can write back to your data source using this add-in. So let's go see if we did that. We'll go ahead and close this and go back to our data source and see if we have any data. So we'll just click off and click back on. And look at that. So now in our custom table, we've got 3 rows of data because we used Excel to enter the data and publish it back up to Dataverse. So Dataverse is very flexible. You can go to the portal and add different data. You can do it from applications like Dynamics CRM. You can do it through Excel using the add-in that's built in I could send that Excel spreadsheet to other folks and they could reuse that as well. So a lot of different options. Let's do one more thing. Let's go back to our account and let's add, let's see that in Excel. So let's open that data in Excel. And what I want to do is when I add a new account, we should see our flow still trigger because it doesn't matter if I add the record through the Dataverse portal from PowerApps or Excel using the add-in, right? Either way, the Microsoft Flow trigger or the Microsoft PowerApp Flow trigger that we created can be triggered any way that the data gets in there. So this time when we're editing, now we're editing the existing accounts table, and we should see a ton of accounts, right? This particular entity or this particular table has hundreds of rows. It might take a second as it pulls down all the different data. And I can do more than just add data, right? So I could come here, I can do create, read, update, delete. So if I want to, I could come in here and change this. Maybe they're now finally first coffee. They did that work. Maybe this guy is deleted. So we'll get rid of litware. They're gone. And then down here, let's add one new one. do the trifecta here. So not only is McDonald's an account, but Burger King as well has become an account. So let's go ahead and publish all those changes. So we're going to create one row, Burger King. We're going to update 6th coffee or 5th coffee to 1st coffee, and we're getting rid of litware. So do it. Do all 3 of those operations. So we did read when we read all the data down, and now we've done update, delete. Let's go see the change in our account table. So we'll go to our data here, and look at that. 1st coffee, litware is gone, and if we scroll down here to Burger King, there's Burger King. All by using Excel, using a great add-in that talks all of our updates to Dataverse very easily. All right, hopefully that demo gave you a real good taste of creating a new flow, looking at the different tables in the Dataverse, triggering your flow, seeing the results in SharePoint, looking at the flow, looking at the results, getting into the JSON, exporting and importing the flow. I skipped that. Let me jump back to that. So if I want to share my flows, there is an opportunity if we go to our flows back in Power Automate. So you know what? This is great. I want to save send a copy. I can email a copy to someone. I could now I should have mentioned that in my development environment that feature is disabled. So if I want to share, I'd have to move this out to a production environment, my Mad SharePoint environment. Then that would actually allow me to send a copy to someone. But development is just for me, so I can't really do it. They should grade that out, but that's okay. It gave me the warning. I can save it as a template. I can save it as a different name if I want to have a copy of the flow just to work on. Maybe I saved this one, but now I want to make a new one and just add to it. So one of the really cool things, if I go back to my flows, is to export it, right? So you can actually come in here and you can say, hey, I'm going to export this flow as a zip. And that way I can then really just take it and email it to someone, and then they can take it and import it into their own environment, right? So if I export this flow as a zip, it's going to allow me to download that zip file and then do whatever I want with it. So we'll give it a name. We'll call this NAN. What environment was this one? My environment, new accounts, SharePoint, something like that. Down here is all the package content, the different settings. When someone imports it, what's it going to do? They're going to have to know the name. Maybe give them this. It says I give them an opportunity to either update the name or update the package if it already exists, or create a new one. So whatever I want that import step to be configured as. Also the connections, right? So by default they have to select the connection during import. They're going to have if someone else takes my package and imports it, they have to define what. I used my connection, but they're going to have to find their own connection. So once this is as I like it, I can do an export, and that's actually going to create that zip file that I can download and share with people. So there it is out there. Where did it put it there? I put it in, I think I put it in my downloads folder. Yep, it's out there in my downloads folder. So let's see if we can import it back in. So back to my flows, and now let's import one. And actually what I should do is switch my environment. So let's see if we can do that. Let's go back to, close this guy, go back to my environment. So I'm going to switch to my production environment, Mad SharePoint. And when I switch environments, I'm actually switching databases, right? So in my development database, I had McDonald's and Burger King and all that. When I switch this environment, I've got a whole different set of flows here. I've got a different set of data in my Dataverse. So if I go to my tables and accounts, you won't see McDonald's, you won't see Burger King. In fact, I think I have very little data in my production environment. This is my Mad SharePoint user group site, so we don't really use it for anything. So in my production environment, if I go to accounts and look at data, I think I've got like 6 rows of data. Yeah, so not a whole lot of data, but that's the important. So when you switch environments, you're switching, all different flows, all different copy of Dataverse. It's a completely different environment. So in this environment, if I want to go to my flows, I can see if I can import that other flow that I just exported, right? Because it won't exist here. So let's go to my flows, and we'll see if we can do an import. So we'll say, hey, let's see. Let's go to, well, go back. And it looks like I have that turned off in this environment. That's okay. me switch back just to show the import steps back to my developer environment. Go to my flows. So once I'm in my flows, let's go over there to my data, make sure I got everything copacetic. I'm just verifying I switched to my new environment. Yep, it looks good. And then this should have all the data. Yep, okay, great. So back to my flows. And let's do this. Looks like I turn off my import. Okay, well, I'm running low on time, so I'll save that for another demo. But basically what I would do is I'd grab that zip and import it. And then when you import the flow, it comes up with options to say, choose your connections, choose your environment, choose all the different options that were defined when we exported it. And then it would show up under my flows as a new flow with a new name potentially if I chose a new name on the import. All right. Talked a little bit about a demo environment and the production environment. You can also have trial environments. Trial environments are nice because they can be converted to production. So you can start off working with Flow, you get 30 days, they don't cost you anything. And if you like what you built, if you spent time in that environment and you want to start using it for real, you can upgrade your trial environment to a production environment. If you want to get started just testing Power Apps, testing Dataverse, there's the Power Apps community plan. All my slides have links built into them. So when you click on the actual slide, it brings up the site. So in this example, this is the community plan where you can sign up and get started for free. You can get that developer environment and you get everything that I had where you sample data, you're able to create flows. And the one thing you can't send the copy, you can't share them, but you can still export flows and do all that stuff. So that's really generous of Microsoft to make the Power Apps community plan available for free. It talks about the different things that are included. So it's not just Power Apps and Flow, but you get the Dataverse, you get data connections, you get pretty much almost a complete Office 365 environment. In the Dynamics 365 Administration Center is where you can go in. As one of the places you can go in and see different types of environments. So I mentioned that there's production environments, there's a development environments, there's trial environments, there's even a sandbox environment that you can create. Where when you go create a sandbox, again, it's a way to do some testing, and then later you can say, hey, I want to do something else with this environment. Well, what are some tips and tricks? Watch out for that missing Dataverse. When you go in, you're looking for a trigger, and you type Dataverse and nothing shows up. You got to type in Common Data Service. It may still say entity, even though it's table. So just be careful that some of the terms and technologies may not be updated just yet. Using that flow checker helps. So if you've got any trouble with your flows, you can use the flow checker to see if you're missing a value or have an invalid value. One thing I forgot to mention was team flows versus my flows, where if you share a flow with someone, it'll move from the team flows to the my flows tab. And sometimes when you're looking for flows, that can get confusing. This is just some of the examples. You're looking for, depending on what you're choosing, you might not see the right trigger. So just try a couple different things. Another thing I ran into is when you first get started, when you first sign up for that community plan, you might, when you click on data, get no solutions found. You've got to create your new environment. If you're just getting started, make sure you create the new environment. And when you create that new environment, you've got to then create your database, right? So if it's a trial, you'll do your 30-day trial. If you use the community plan, you'll do a development environment. You'll sign up, you'll click through all this, you'll create your solution, create your database. One last tip, don't do it too quickly. So here I chose my currency and all that. I created my database. I went to my solutions looking for my database and said, hey, something went wrong. I was just too fast, just got to give it a minute. I waited a minute. I think I went up and got a drink. I came back, hit refresh, and then it was created. So when you're working with these cloud-based solutions, resources, you got to give everything a minute to provision. Don't expect it to be instant. I created my database. You got to give it a second. I was too hasty there. Give it a second. It works just fine. Another resource, the Office 365 Developer Plan, which has been renamed to the M365 Developer Plan, is really great. That gives you Power Apps, Office 365, SharePoint Online, you get a sample developer sandbox. It gets renewed every 90 days. It's good for 90 days, but as long as you're using it, Microsoft will renew it. I've had one for years, and it's free. Allows you to do all sorts of testing and playing out. Even allows you to load sample data packs. So another really great resource from Microsoft is this Office 365 or M365 developer plan that they're calling it now. So that's my talk. Hopefully you got now you know why or what is Dataverse, why you would want to use it, and how you can get started using it. I appreciate it. And if you have any questions, feel free to shoot. Find me on Twitter. I'm at David E. Patrick. I'd love to even after sometimes it's a lot of information. A day later, you think of a question, tweet me, and I'd be happy to try to answer them for you. So thanks again. I really appreciate it.
Wow, David, that was a great session. You covered a lot, and what I couldn't get the first part, but I really love for all the resources that you shared. I think there were a bunch of resources that you shared, and it will be very, very helpful for everyone who followed your session. I didn't know that PowerApps has also this community platform available. So there are many ways we could go ahead and get 50% discount on your certifications. I'm definitely going to use that to prepare for it. We have one question coming up from Erwin. He says, is it possible to add extra validation example to avoid duplicate data on SPO list or other target? Example to update if exists by key rather new or like custom SPO trigger in SQL.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a great use case scenario for using a flow, right? Where when someone enters a new item, you kick off a flow and see if that item already exists. And if it does, either remove the item or tag the item or you notify the user. So absolutely, that's a great use case of using flow to prevent duplicate data.
All right, makes sense. Thank you, Erwin. Thank you for joining. Mahesh says, thank you, David. Amazing session, awesome session. And we have also Sarah. She says, great session. So definitely.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah. All right, David. Thank you. Any last thing you want to plug in before we close this second day of the conference?
Just that there's a lot of great information in this virtual conference. It's going on, as you can see, 5 days. It's just amazing. I've attended some of the other sessions, and just and they're all on YouTube, right? If you missed something from yesterday, if you missed Sarah's talk from yesterday, go out to YouTube and look it up.
Yeah.
It's still out there. So you guys are doing a fantastic job. I really appreciate you having us.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for all that you do for the community, and we really appreciate it. And thank you so much for your time, and we would love to have you back in some other shows of CSharpCorner. And I think it's time for you to have some lunch.
Sounds good. I'm going to McDonald's.
All right, David. Bye. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
All right, with that, we end the second day of the Power Platform Virtual Conference for an amazing session by David. And we're going to move to not now, we're going to move tomorrow to day 3. And I'm quickly going to share my screen and go to the conference website. So I'm going to tell you what the day 3 looks like. Now, day 2 was pretty light. We had 5 sessions, but day 3 and day 4 are very, very tight. I think we're going to have around 10 to 12 sessions. Why I cannot get to the conference website? For some reason, I just cannot get to conference website yet. There we go. I got it now. Share the screen. And all right. So we just ended the day 2. And if you go down, so even, hey, best thing, if you ever visit conference website, you have these thumbnails. You can just go ahead and click on any of these, day 2, day 3, and this will actually take you to the conference of the YouTube URL. So don't miss the conference. We have all these 40+ speakers. And if you come down, this was day 2. And if you go to day 3, we have Nandip Chachan and Smita Chachan. They're from India. They're Microsoft MVPs. The conference always starts at 9 a.m. Eastern. All our timings on the website on CSharpCorner. Every time you think of CSharpCorner, all timings are mentioned in the Eastern Time, US. So the first session is by Nandip and Smita. They're going to talk about Power Platform empowers Microsoft Teams. Then Anna Javeri, she's going to talk about Nintex on-prem to Power Platform migrations. Then the Azure IoT plus Power Apps. I think this is going to be a really interesting session. Followed by Michael, who's going to talk about make the impossible possible, create amazing 3D games with mixed reality in Power Apps. This should be a fun session too. Then we have how to start with Azure Snaps Analytics, followed by adaptive cards. Then we have Yana, who will cover the Power Automate supporting business process. And then finally, we'll have develop AI-enabled applications in Power App using AI Builder. So day 3 is going to be pack of sessions. I'm really excited and looking forward to day 3. And thanks to everyone who has joined this session for today. Thank you so much for all that time. The conference is not even half done. We are still at we have only completed day 2. Day 3 is still there. So please feel free to go ahead and share this conference with anyone you feel like. We are running contests. Just take a tweet, take a picture of you attending this conference, tag us on Twitter at CSharpCorner and at CSharpLive, and we'll make sure that we get you a goodie at your doorstep knocking. A CSharpCorner goodie. Okay, with that, I think I'll just go ahead and wrap it. And thanks to all speakers, all attendees, and everyone, and shout out to the team who worked behind this team. I have a very highly talented, hardworking, passionate team members who work behind the scenes to run this conference. I shout out to them too. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern with day 3 of Power Platform Conference. Until then, take good care of yourself, and I'll see you soon.